So welcome back, everybody. And if I could ask everyone to retake your seats here in the conference room in London. And of course, welcome back to everyone who's again joining us online. So I hope everyone enjoyed the lunch here, and great to have everyone back here now for the last couple of sessions for this year's conference. So we're going to be finishing off this year with a number of sessions, what we're calling 6G Shorts. So maybe slightly shorter sessions with slightly less panelists to go into detail in some of the key issues, key areas that surround 6G and the roadmap ahead. But before that, we're going to be having an introductory presentation to talk through a bit more about some of the projects and the work that's been happening here in the UK relating to 6G. But to explain more and to introduce both our speaker for this presentation and then the session that's going to be following, which is going to be looking at spectrum allocation and auctions. Delighted to now welcome to the stage our moderator, Richard Marsden from NERA, who's going to be leading us through that. Richard, welcome. I'll pass over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we've got a session coming up on spectrum allocation in the 6G era and whether it's time for a rethink on the use of auctions and other allocation mechanisms. But before that, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Professor Harald Haas, who's the Van Eck Professor of Engineering at the University of Cambridge. And he's going to be talking about the research he's been doing into creating communication hubs in the UK. Harald, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. I really thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to show you a little bit what is happening in the UK in 6G research. And you have heard from the minister yesterday evening, there are a few funded programs here, and I'm providing some context in terms of what these funding programs are. But before I start, I would like to also go back into the history. We, as the UK, and we have been having a sort of Horizon Europe winter for some years, but luckily we are now back in Europe, but there's something happened in between, obviously, in the UK. And one of the things that happened is that we have consolidated, for example, the UK academics, many of them, and have put forward a paper, a document to IMT, the Framework 2030, and this is one of the vision that the UK academics have put forward in terms of what the vision for 6G is that we see it, and then based from that, there's some work that has emerged. And one of the vision is really here's the cyber-physical continuum. The thing metaverse is a phrase that is not very popular anymore, but it's still a vision that's around where we think about the ultimate convergence of the real world in the form of digital twins. We heard about autonomous systems, part of the real world and interactions with the real world. We heard about native AI. We heard about AI for networks and networks for AI. These are very important aspects. And one of the applications, many of applications coming from that vision is holographic communication is something that may be coming with the support of devices that are needed with holographic displays. And I wanted to add as well a little bit of a comment based on my observation so far of this sort of excellent conference, is that there's a sentiment of gloom and doom a little bit in the industry with the operators, with the vendors struggling. But what I wanted to say or highlight, and many of you know that, communication networks are a critical infrastructure. It basically is the engine for our business worlds and our sort of private lives. There's many of you may know Moore's law, but many may not know Metcalfe's law, which is a similar equivalent in the networking domain, which basically says that the value of a network scales with the square of connections that you have in a network. So there's obviously a huge value, and we are creating value as we build new networks. The question is, where are the revenues of that value generated, and is it fairly distributed and sort of shared? And that's maybe a comment I want to go back, bring back into the panel. if you talk about auctions, they some people pay a levy on spectrum, and others get revenues from spectrum. Is that a fair distribution? And do we need regularity measures in order to get a balance in terms of that business model? So in business model as a whole. So these are a few questions around that. But now I wanted to go into the programs that we have in the UK, and you heard yesterday from the minister, there's 70 million that's been brought into the research and SME ecosystem via two strands. One is strand via a organization called Innovate UK, the first 30 million that you see here, where there is SMEs in the telecom sector supported with that funding in order to innovate open networks, open infrastructure, and so on. And there's another strand, which is the 40 million at the bottom, which basically leads and funds research, and in particular 3 research hubs in the UK. One is on cloud computing, so looking at the computing element of it, and there's one that is looking at network of networks. That's Titan that I'm leading at Cambridge. And there's another one on all spectrum, and that is really relevant to the discussions in that panel. That's led by my colleague Dominic O'Brien in Oxford. And we've just started these hubs, and alongside the hubs, there's another very important intervention, which is called Joiner. And you heard from Professor Simeonotou yesterday about Joiner and the ambition to create an open joint platform infrastructure for networks research in the UK that would allow our research innovations to be trialed in a real world setting in order then help demystify some of the hypes that are out there. And I mean, we have seen hypes in 3G with CDMA, we have seen hypes in 5G with millimeter wave. And interestingly, the even generations are those that are really having no hypes and really deliver. Question is if 6G can replicate that. But we want to really put technologies out there and test it in particular also with end users. And I'm talking a little bit about these hubs. And one of the hubs that I've mentioned is Titan, which is the hub on network of networks. And we have structured it as basically bringing all the network segments together with looking at the different network segments, looking at network intelligence, so the AI, the intelligent control of multiple access technologies, bring them together under one framework. For example, is work that Professor Simeonotou in Bristol is leading. We're looking at the RF as well. We're looking at new paradigms on cell-free, massive MIMO, cell-free communications, new architectures that would drive new innovations. And then we have another, what we call lighthouse project, and we call them all 6 lighthouse projects. And one of them is on optical wireless communications, and looking really at spectrum that is maybe not in the framework of WRC 27, but really a part of a spectrum where, in particular here in the UK, where we have seen commercial success. And I'm a professor in Cambridge, but I also have founded Pure Li-Fi, and I've introduced Li-Fi in 2011. And Pure Li-Fi has created, with a lot of partners internationally, a standard in the IEEE family. It's 802.11bb. That is a Li-Fi standard that allows indoor networking at really high speeds. And interestingly, and security is a theme that's spanning across all technologies and all discussions in 6G. It is more secure because light doesn't go through walls. And that's why the US Army, for example, is adopting that technology for tactical operations on the ground at the moment. And the question is that something that we can adopt also in the commercial world? And the answer to that is yes. And we have, for example, demonstrated light communication at CES 2022 with an industrial partner, and we have shown 100 gigabit using that free resource. And that's really interesting, because another comment was made about terahertz, where there are no devices that could drive the powers needed. terahertz has about the same propagation conditions as light, and in fact millimeter wave as well. But light has already devices, and many of the devices are already integrated into smartphones with the so-called VCSELs, vertical cavity surface emitting lasers. So they are already in devices, and these devices can be used to also achieve very high-speed communications in gigahertz, gigabit per second. That's a very important part of our vision. As one of the lighthouses in Titan, we have another lighthouse that looks at the fiber, and we must not forget the fiber to the home, fiber to the room. Fiber is another medium that allows us to create networks that are perhaps high performing, but maybe also more energy efficient. And that mix between fiber and wireless is an important mix in how to shape the interfaces between those technologies. And that's why it's in there. And another lighthouse is obviously non-terrestrial networks. It's a big topic in this conference as well. But there's still, again, potential of a hype, but not as much as maybe other technologies. There's still a lot of fundamental questions to be solved, like the uplink, the coverage, the density, the data rates, what happens, again, if you're indoors. Many questions around that, and technical questions also go back to the fundamentals of physics. There's a lot of Doppler happening in a satellite link. The question is how to deal with that in a physical layer. But it's important, and in fact, Starlink already uses optical communications in between satellites. So again, the optical spectrum is part of it, and that's why we want to have this cross-fertilization of technologies across these lighthouses, and that's why I brought it all together. And then lastly, the quantum is another very important emerging technology that we will see. And there is research about post-quantum and how quantum maybe could reshape the fundamentals of communication technologies, maybe looking behind or beyond Shannon's limits. And that's very important work as well. And you see as well on the graph, we have distributed the research in the UK across many institutions. In Titan alone, we have 16 universities and 44 investigators. And that's very important, creating that broad base. And I'm not going in all the details again, but these are technologies that we will sort of address in all our 6 lighthouse projects in Titan. And I call it always, this is our six-cylinder engine of our 6G sort of networks research hub in the UK. And importantly here, you see the joiner platform where many of the technologies that we are trialing, testing, innovating, inventing will be tested on such a platform. There's the second hub I wanted to briefly introduce is also led by my colleague Julie McCann, Professor McCann at Imperial College London. And this is about the computing side of things and cloud computing. And they are looking at bringing the triplet, and that's a very important aspect as well, and bringing the triplet of communications, sensing, and computation into the mix of future technologies. And there's a lot of associated technologies that I think we need to be brought into rooms like this, from the AI world, from the sensing world, from the devices, because this amalgamation of various different technologies, that is where I think that the value in a network is generated. And I've mentioned holographic communications. You need new devices for that, and you need as well sensing capabilities and things that are covered in the Cheddar Hub. If I could forward to next slide. Yeah, if you could press again, yeah. So the technologies are basically split into 3, what we had in lighthouses in Titan, they have as emerging pillars and emerging technologies. They have work that deals with sustainable systems and security, and topics, for example, covered here are neuromorphic devices, really important fundamental aspect of going beyond the von Neumann architecture in computing and bringing sort of sensing computing and others together as a new architectural feature and perhaps technology. So there's a lot of work on the cloud computing, edge computing, sensing, and communications in Jeddah. The third hub that is led by my colleague Dominic O'Brien in Oxford, it really looks at the whole spectrum sort of connectivity. You see the partners here, again, widely spread across the UK, and it has 7 partners and 21 investigators. And the focus of this hub, if I may advance to the next slide, the focus on that hub is really looking in 2 dimensions. One dimension is looking at all the spectrum, really from RF. If I go back to the next slide, slide before, please. Looking at RF, terahertz, and the optical domain as well for wireless communications. It also looks at wired communications into the optical domain, where there's new spectra in the fiber that's enabled with hollow core fibers, where the O-band, for example, the 1300 nanometers, the 1200 nanometers are now an option as well to use in fiber comms. And that allows new capacity in fiber networks. And that's been looked at in this hub. And also the way how to intelligently combine various wired and wireless technologies in order to serve a certain application in a certain need under the consideration of energy efficiency, resilience, and so on. And again, you see what we had as sort of lighthouses. This hub has its challenges, looking at the modeling challenge, looking at the challenge of connectivity, the end-to-end connectivity, the challenge of security that spans across all the hubs, and also featured very prominently in the minister's speech yesterday, and the adaptivity. So really adapting to various environments and how to do this in an optimal way. So that's the hub. And last but not least, we have the joiner. So joiner really is the infrastructure that would allow us to do the experimentation. And one that is maybe relevant here is, one part of the experimentation is the sort of globally automated allocation of spectrum, and how we can use AI and machine learning to allocate spectrum in a way that's optimum. People talk about spectrum sharing, but sharing is caring, and somebody needs to be caring about the spectrum, and that could be done like in Wi-Fi. You don't care. You just opportunistically send if you think you can send, but if there's a collision, that doesn't matter, try it again. But this doesn't really chime well with the cross challenges that we've shown here, such as resilience, trustworthiness, and reliability. You can't have that maybe for reliable communications where a millisecond depends whether your operation or the operation or the car hits a wall or not. And therefore, that has to be dealt with in a very careful way. And also, it's easy to say spectrum sharing, but the implications have to be understood. And this platform, Joiner here, is one of the platforms where we can really put data behind these hypish words that are out there in the community. And that's where we want to drive research into the ecosystem beyond the pure research, but also linking it with industry, which is another very important sort of objective within all the hubs. We want to work with our industry partners internationally, but also nationally, drive new companies, drive the ecosystem, support the diversification strategy that the UK government has put up, as well as the wireless communications infrastructure strategy. And this is supporting all these activities. And I'm here again thanking for the opportunity. And we have been in the shadows a little bit in the UK because of all the geopolitical sort of activities. But our intention really is to connect our research that I've tried to sketch here in 50 minutes internationally. And I would like to basically open arms and say, if you are interested, you can collaborate with us, approach me, and I can direct you in whatever directions in our sort of hub director colleagues to help and collaborate. And with that, I'd like to thank you for the time, and thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. We do have time for one question if we have any questions from the audience. Okay, no questions. Well, thank you very much. We're going to move on to our panel to talk about Spectrum Awards. So I'd like to invite William Webb, Chris Wolford, and Tassos Lyratsis to come up to the stage. Okay. And if we could have the slides up, please. Okay, so we have been given the fairly ambitious task between the four of us of asking the question, is it time for a rethink in approaches to spectrum allocation? So that's quite a broad topic. So I'm Richard Marsden. I'm a Senior Managing Director at NERA, and I run a practice focused in particular on auctions and market design. So I've been involved for a very long time in spectrum auctions. And as you may have seen advertised, I've just written a book on the subject. Also joining us is Chris Wolford, who's Director of International Spectrum Policy at Ofcom. So gets the chance not only to look at what the UK is doing, but compare it internationally. Tassos Lyratsis is from the Greek regulator, but I believe he's here in his capacity as co-chair of the subgroup on 6G development for the RSPG. And then also we have William Webb, who is an independent consultant, but has worn many hats in the past, including working at Ofcom. And he's also written many books, including a relatively controversial one recently called Emperor Ofcom's New Clothes. So we've got a good panel, broad range of perspectives, I hope. I'm going to kick things off by just talking a little bit about where we are with spectrum auctions. So at the end of the 5G era, I think the mobile operators are rather exhausted of spending money on spectrum. But it's worth pointing out that auctions have never been more widely used in the spectrum world. If you look at the gray of this map going back to 1990, it was all direct awards beauty contests. And this green is simultaneous auctions of different types creeping in. And you'll see by the 5G era, we've got most of the major economies worldwide are using auctions as their default mechanism to sell spectrum. So they are now ubiquitous, and that's happened over a 35-year period. Almost all those auctions, the dark green on that map, is a family of formats known as simultaneous multi-round auctions. The SMRA was developed in the United States in the 1990s, and that very quickly became the world's kind of dominant auction format. And it's simultaneous because multiple spectrum lots are sold at the same time, and the auction closes for all those lots at the same time. The key characteristic of that format was that bidders bid for individual lots. An issue with that, as we've evolved and we have more and more parcels of spectrum in auctions, is that's become a little slow and clunky for most awards. And there were kind of two paths to move on from the SMRA. One was a fairly evolutionary path towards a clock auction, where instead of bidding for individual lots, you bid for quantities. And another was a more revolutionary path, which was to have what's called combinatorial auctions, where bidders were bidding for packages of lots, meaning I'd like some of this and some of this, and I have to have it as a bundle or not at all. And there were a number of different combinatorial designs, including a sealed bid version and a multiple round one known as the combinatorial clock auction. As I'm going to show you, in the 5G era, those more revolutionary paths have lost favor, and we seem to be getting an increasing consensus around the clock auction as the most popular format. So you'll see that in this graph, which is from my book. What we did at NERA was we looked at 65 countries and over 545 awards over 25 years and said, well, what format did the regulators use? And you'll see back in the 2G era, almost nobody had auctions, and the auctions that were mainly SMRAs. That began to change in the 3G era. And then by the time of the 4G era, we have a lot of innovation. So the SMRAs now become the leading format, but we have clock, we have CCA, we have sealed bids, all very active. If you look at the 5G era, however, you'll see that those more radical combinatorial formats have fallen back in popularity, and the clock has in fact supplanted the SMRA as the most popular format worldwide. Okay, so why this clock auction format? Why is that so popular? Well, it's got the right attributes for the 5G and the 6G era. So first of all, it's very versatile. You can scale this auction to have awards with many hundreds of lots quite easily, and that's indeed why the FCC now uses clock auctions. It's pretty adaptable for new situations. So if you want a two-sided auction, for example, where you buy spectrum from broadcasters maybe and repurpose it to mobile, or if you've got an auction for shared spectrum, a clock can be adapted for that. And the rules are pretty flexible. It's also relatively low risk. We know it's vulnerable to demand reduction. We know it doesn't deal with aggregation risk very well, but over time, regulators have developed other tools for addressing that. I think kind of critically, it's also not very glamorous. It's a relatively dull format, but operators kind of like a dull format right now. They want a format that's predictably not going to induce bidding wars, and they want one that, or regulators want formats that conclude reasonably quickly, and they're not looking for dislocating change. It's got good characteristics for that. That said, there's a lot of people talking at the moment questioning, have we reached peak auction and should we do away with them altogether? We're probably entering a period of fewer auctions. That's because the spectrum pipeline is looking a bit thinner right now, having had the surge in spectrum for 5G. And we also have an industry that's a bit exhausted of spending money. And we have slowing data growth. So we have some less certainty about the needs for the industry. But my prediction would be that auctions are here to stay, at least for the next generation. As we've heard, there is likely to be more mid-band spectrum coming. UK doesn't do this, but many countries in Europe and elsewhere have auctions for renewals, and renewals are coming. And there's a lot of buzz about sharing, but you can totally auction spectrum that's going to be shared as long as there's some category of seniority in the licenses and a degree of exclusivity and scarcity. Then an auction may be a good mechanism to do that. There's a lot of criticism of auctions for taking money out of the industry, but it's important to remember auction is just a mechanism, and the prices paid are basically responding to market trends. Spectrum in the 4G era was incredibly expensive. So if you look at this graph, which is also from the book, you can see that very high blue line. That was the average prices spent on low-band spectrum in the 4G era. And you'll notice that in the 5G era, that has crashed. So the value of low-band spectrum on a per megahertz per pop basis has come down. The value of the mid-band spectrum, the lower mid-band, 2100, 1800, that's the orange line, that's also come down a lot. The only spectrum that's held its value is the upper mid-band. That's for primarily C-band, also some 2.3 and 2.6. That's not surprising given how we've evolved towards needing more spectrum for the capacity. So spectrum has got a lot cheaper as more and more of it's been supplied. Of course, it doesn't feel like that to the operators because they're buying a lot more spectrum, so their total spend hasn't gone down, even though the average cost per unit per pop has come down. There's a final slide here. There's a bit of buzz around the concept of cashless auctions. And the core idea is that operators should pay for spectrum rather in hard cash, but by delivering on national connectivity targets. And obviously that's quite seductive because we know that there is connectivity gaps, so it would be great if we could help that. Some of the ways people are describing this make it sound a bit like a beauty contest, which we had back in the 1990s, where MNOs submit, say, competing bids to cover a different proportion of the country with new coverage. I doubt that's the way forward. It didn't work very well in the 1990s, which is why we moved to auctions as the least bad way of allocating spectrum. I don't see that as the future. I do suspect we'll probably see more direct awards where essentially governments negotiate with mobile operators to get renewed spectrum, for example, and in return, the operators promise to do certain things which may close the digital divide, for example. And in some instances, that might be a win-win. But I think it's also worth considering that auctions can deliver on this. You can have a forward auction in which operators pay money for spectrum, and then in the same process, you could recycle that cash to persuade operators to take up new granular coverage objectives, for example, to put new base stations in very particular places in return for subsidies. So you recycle the money within the industry instead of extracting it. Okay, so those are my introductory remarks. I'm going to make, if you'll excuse me, I'll make a quick plug for my book, which is hopefully coming out this week. Do download a copy if you're interested in these issues. Thank you. Next panelist is going to be William Webb.
Thank you, Richard. So I'm going to echo some somewhat similar thoughts, but perhaps build on them a bit. So my key thesis is I don't think we need new spectrum for 6G, contrary to what you've heard already. And I think the evidence is very clear in the graph bottom left here. So this is data from Barclays Research, and it shows the annual growth in mobile data usage for Europe. And what you can see is it was rising until 2017, and then it peaked, and it's been dropping pretty consistently since 2017, where it was peaked at about 60%. 2023, it dropped to 20%. Even COVID in 2020, which is about the biggest societal change you can imagine, didn't really make an enormous difference to that impact. That decline is 5% a year. We're at 20% in 2023. By 2027, we're going to be at 0%. We're going to plateau out at no mobile data growth by 2027, and the totality of growth between now and then is about 30% or less. A couple more data points. Ofcom just 2 weeks ago announced that the data growth in the UK for 2023 was 15% below this number. And the chart that's slightly pink, top right, is Ireland. Data growth there has dropped below 5% already. So the 30% is possibly even an upper estimate on that data bound. Why is that? Well, actually, this is all incredibly predictable. So back in 2016, I published the 5G myth. I set out what I hypothesized then was going to be an S-curve growth in take-up of mobile data. You can see that top left. And based on the information available in 2016, you could work out the parameters of that S-curve. And back then, I concluded in 2027, it will plateau at around about 25 gigabytes per person on average per month. That's going to be pretty much correct. And you can do that entirely on the basis of video consumption and the fact that individuals can only consume so much video, and based on a whole load of data on the speed to take up across large populations of services. So all this is predictable, consistent, and it would take something enormous to change that trend. That trend has been consistent throughout 5G, the metaverse, everything else you can imagine has been thrown at it, and it is not changing. That trend is going to carry on just as it is at the moment, absent something absolutely extraordinary. And it would have to be extraordinary to move the dial now. If you wanted to get 50% growth again, in the UK, say, you'd need 70 million new devices, each generating or using an hour and a half of video every day. Imagine the time it would take for that number of devices to get out there into use, and someone's got to pay for them as well. So I think we can be pretty certain with these trends. They're not going to change dramatically. There's nothing out there that can significantly change those data points. As we heard from BT yesterday, they thought they could squeeze about 30% efficiency from what they've currently got. Most mobile operators have not activated all of their 3.5 gigs 5G spectrum yet. There's probably about enough capacity left to meet the remaining growth numbers. And it takes a lot of extra cost to highlight and to bring on board a new band. So I suspect for the 6G era, we're not going to see the need for a lot of auctions for new spectrum. But there's still a lot we do need to do in the 6G band. The task is not capacity anymore, it's coverage. And of course, we've heard that echoed over the last day and a half. It is one of the core objectives of 6G, and rightly so. And it's been a key objective for individuals for a long time. That banner headline you can see there was from the Daily Express, a mainstream UK newspaper back in February. And right on the top of the front page, it's calling for better mobile coverage. I don't recall any banner headlines calling for lower latency or for network slicing or similar, but better coverage, absolutely. And the data at the bottom comes from a crowdsourced company, and it shows why. There's, for most operators, about 3,000 800 by 800 meter bins where people go, because you only get crowdsourced information from where people go, where there's no coverage. But worse, there's about 20,000 where coverage is so poor that even though there's a signal, you can't really do anything useful with it. That's a lot of space and a lot of people that are affected by bad coverage. And that's what we need to do to change with 6G. So we need some way of changing that mechanism. And it's not going to change simply by government saying, oh dear, this is terrible, or the Daily Express publishing a banner headline. Behaviors have got to change. And that was the book that Richard mentioned. I talked about this, and I talked in there about mechanisms to do that, and there's not time to go through all of those. But to come to the point of this particular session, it did talk about how governments and regulators could change the way that they extract money from the industry in order to repurpose that monetary flow to achieve better coverage. And that's a point that Richard has already alluded to. So, for example, to look at auctions, which may or may not involve spectrum, may or may not involve license renewals, which lead to bids for coverage. And indeed, we see, for example, the German regulator most recently in its license renewal, suggesting that the renewal could take place, but at the expense of improved coverage by all of the operators. So this is not a new concept, but I think something that will gather force as we move into the 6G era. And we're in a world now of some uncertainty. You know, exactly what will happen, for example, in the upper 6 gigahertz band. I've set out my view that I don't think the mobile operators need it. I'm not entirely sure the Wi-Fi community needs it either. Growth on fixed lines is also relatively slow, indeed slowing faster than on mobile in Europe. But equally, it makes sense to have the spectrum available and to resolve that uncertainty. And Ofcom, for example, just yesterday set out some possible approaches to do that, one of which was to partition the spectrum with a variable partitioning depending on whether you were in an urban or a rural area. And that's a sensible approach. But within that partitioning, you've still got to work out, for example, how much each mobile operator should have of a partition. That could be auctioned. It could be auctioned as a minimum guaranteed bandwidth. So operators effectively pay for the right to have a certain guarantee of bandwidth in any area. If they don't use the spectrum in that area, then it can be used by others. But they're guaranteed that if they need it, they could have that much. And we could use an auction mechanism to determine that kind of access. And that would also help highlight to what extent there really is demand and allow this all to play out on the uncertainties to be resolved. So I think there are important roles for markets, mechanisms, auctions and similar in the 6G era, but they focus much more on coverage than they do on new spectrum for capacity. Thank you, Richard.
Thanks, William. Our next speaker is Chris Wolford from Ofcom, and Chris has very kindly stepped in for Christina Date, who unfortunately can't be with us.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks very much, Richard. So, the premise of my talk here really is that we need to be better in terms of how we make spectrum available. And as a spectrum regulator, we're actually pretty experienced at making spectrum available. We've made more than 1 gigahertz of spectrum available for mobile broadband over the last 20, 30 years. That's primarily cleared spectrum made available on a national basis. We've also made spectrum available on a license exempt basis, or unlicensed if you in the US. And that's encouraged lots of innovation for license exempt applications. What we're finding now, though, is that actually we need to think something in the middle. And within Ofcom, over the last few years, we've developed a shared license framework. We've seen some real innovation in those shared licenses. And going forward, I think we're going to need to do much more in that direction in terms of making spectrum available to meet user needs, making spectrum available when and where it's needed. And to put that in a bit of context, I mean, we are still seeing increasing demand for data. As William says, that may be slowing, but the demand is still increasing, at least at the moment. But the one point I would make here is that that demand is not uniform. Some parts of the country, particularly in dense urban areas, are seeing much more rapid growth, even still, than in rural areas. And that demand for spectrum, therefore, is not uniform. We're also seeing increased demand diversity. We've heard over the last day and a half about lots of services that require access to spectrum, whether it's smart cities or enterprises or campuses that all want to be connected. On the supply side, we're also seeing increased diversity. New types of network are emerging, not just the traditional mobile networks, we're seeing private networks, we've heard a lot about non-terrestrial networks. There's some real innovation in terms of how the demand for wireless data can be met. And that's great for providing connectivity. But that does pose some challenges in terms of how we make spectrum available. And the basic premise is that if we're going to meet the demand from these different types of networks, then spectrum sharing solutions are going to have to be fundamental and part of that. In terms of having those different types of networks, we're going to need to have solutions which are flexible enough to meet demand which is different in different geographies, so between urban and rural, for example, also indoor-outdoor, and also flexible enough to meet changing demand over time. We're also going to need to pack those networks in more tightly, I think, and pack that use of spectrum in more tightly, and think about how we can actually get the most out of spectrum. And that means thinking about how adjacent users can coexist. It means probably moving towards more real-world data in terms of coexistence analysis, moving away from theoretical studies which are based on worst-case scenarios, and then often worst case upon worst case upon worst case, which actually leads to some quite inefficient use of spectrum. And if spectrum sharing is to work, and we really do believe that it can work, and indeed we've got examples where it is working, then it needs to be built into equipment. And that means working with the manufacturers, it means working through the standards bodies. And others have said yesterday, it means also that we need to develop economies of scale, and that means harmonization. And as I say, working through those standards bodies. But we do think there's potential, as I say, for these networks to actually share the spectrum. And if we as regulators can be a little bit more sophisticated in terms of how we make that spectrum available, then that can really help to transform the connectivity for consumers. And we're actually doing some of that already in the UK. I mentioned the shared access local networks that we have. We've made hundreds of licenses available. The 3.8 to 4.2 band is the most prominent, I think, in terms of we've seen, made hundreds of licenses available, and we've seen some real innovative services, probably services that wouldn't have come about if they hadn't had easy and localized access to spectrum over the last few years. And that's ranged from communications through to broadcast type applications and many other types of service. In terms of our upcoming award, millimeter wave, we're going to make spectrum available not in a sort of standard national way, but we're going to actually auction spectrum in highly congested areas and then make it available on a first come, first served basis in less congested areas. Again, thinking about how we can actually meet the demand for that spectrum. And then, as William has already mentioned, yesterday we published some thoughts around the upper 6 gigahertz band. There is lots of debate, in my view, too much debate about is it mobile or is it Wi-Fi? In reality, we think there's at least the potential for looking at how it could be both. And that, I think, has to make sense. If it was, for example, to go mobile, it's a capacity layer. It's only going to be used by mobile operators in dense urban areas. Sharing has to make sense. There would be lots of the country that would just be not using that spectrum at all. And as I say, in our proposals that we put out yesterday, we put some ideas for how that spectrum can be shared between mobile and Wi-Fi, and we will continue to explore that direction. And then finally, I think going forward, sharing is probably, or has to be, the solution, in fact, to some of the challenges we've got coming up. We've heard just now in the panel before about future spectrum for mobile broadband. There are important incumbent services in all those bands being looked at. I don't believe that clearance is an option. Therefore, the only option is about sharing that spectrum. We've also heard lots about direct-to-device, increased interest in mobile satellite spectrum. Again, different networks, different platforms. If we're going to make those available, we have to think about how we can make spectrum available in an innovative way in order to meet that demand and ensure that we can meet the connectivity needs of consumers going forward. Thank you very much.
And our fourth speaker is Tassos Lyratsis from the Greek regulator and the RSPG.
Hello, good evening. I'm sorry I don't have any slides, being a somehow late addition to the panel. Thank you to the three of you for setting the basis for our discussion. I can, as an opening remark, I can just report from Greece, and I can say we had, let's say, the conservative way of auctions, and we had to be focused in generating revenue. Actually, it was a really difficult time for Greece, so it was even written in our law that whatever assets we are making available, and one of those assets was spectrum, had to create revenue, so we were forced to go that way. And because of that, we had to have a bit more, let's say, relaxed obligations for operators. So what we can see now is good service to very good service in urban areas, where there is also commercial interest from the operators, and not so much in rural areas, and sometimes even coverage is very, very poor. So coming back to whatever you also pinpointed in your presentation, the world is changing, and the framework that is out from ITU for both 2020 IMT and IMT 2030 is ubiquitous coverage. So I agree, we have to rethink about how we are making spectrum available to the operators, how we design the auction or whatever kind of allocating mechanism so that the society benefits more from that, and how we can be dynamically changing this so that at the end our goal should be to deliver services to the users, be it residential, be it industry, being business users. Listening to all the presentations today, I can only say I'm a bit confused. So, I mean, there were people saying that it is obvious that we need more spectrum. There are people saying that seeing the bands that are competing, let's say, for spectrum for IMT in the WRC 27 agenda, it's not so possible for Europe to make those available. Looking at all the activities for the famous upper 6 GHz band and all the sharing studies, and I'm really eager to see the results of those studies and what we come up with, as there are so many scenarios of how this could go through. I have a final question about this. Do we have something to auction for the next period? I'm not sure. I mean, there was a very nice proposal from our colleague from Brazil in the last panel. Please refarm the spectrum you already have. This is a message to operators. And of course, as regulators, we have to see whether there are real needs and how we can accommodate those. Just a personal remark for this famous debate about what is better, IMT or Wi-Fi for the next event. I would really like to see a new and independent societal survey study of what would be the benefit to the users overall, and we should try to see how we can make mechanisms so that this spectrum is made available to whoever is benefiting more, all of us, users, manufacturers, the industry, very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll get the panel going with the first question, but in the meantime, I invite those online and in the audience to think about their own questions. Obviously, William, you talked about not necessarily needing more spectrum for mobile. It sounds like, however you think about this, we're certainly moving into a new period where it's perhaps not so obvious that the case for mobile just steamrolling whatever spectrum they think they should have, it still exists. Chris made an interesting point about demand being regional and perhaps focused on urban areas. But presumably the other use cases probably also want the spectrum in urban areas as well. So how do you resolve that tension? Maybe start with you.
Yeah, sure. So I think it's still unclear exactly how demand varies and how demand varies. Obviously, there is more demand in urban areas because but equally the mobile operators over time have much denser networks in urban areas to handle that denser demand. I would imagine that those networks are probably, but we don't know for sure. So I think that the approach is one. The approach allows experimentation. Equally. It is blatantly obvious most demand is indoors. The best way to service that demand is within your network. Would deny that. And therefore, there is demand peaks. There is demand peaks. Almost certainly going to require some indoor solutions. And that could be Wi-Fi. It could be other kinds of things. It could be other kinds of things. Worth having ways to experiment and play with 6 gigahertz, up to 6 gigahertz, along with Ofcom's approach for that. Allow all sorts of things to try it out, see what we learn from that. But don't foreclose any options at this point in time because there's not enough certainty to do that.
Chris?
There's probably not much I can add to that. I mean, we did put out some ideas yesterday. I think the obvious thing is around indoor, and certainly, I mean, particularly with the drive for sustainability. I don't think it makes sense to make most of the demand, most indoors, which is indoors, access points or access stations or outside stations. You're going to have to meet indoor access points in order to meet the requirements of sustainability around sustainability and things like that. And also the nature of provides the opportunity for having sharing between indoor Wi-Fi and your outdoor macro. So at least we did put out another, which is around in slightly less populated areas, slightly simpler sharing solutions, which could be around in priority to if they pick up the technology as well. So there are different options that we're willing to explore, and there may well be others.
You use the term priority access there, a term they use in the US, and they use in the US overlay license, CBRS band. So is that a kind of model? Is that a kind of model happening on Apple 6 auctioning PALs, as they call PALs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be slightly different perhaps to in the US, but it would be around giving sort of priority access. It would require some sort of sensing approach, so that the Wi-Fi mobile network and vice versa, and then they would revert to the vector chunking which they have priority. But you could certainly imagine different scenarios around that sort of approach.
Tassos, do you see that as a model that could work in Greece?
Well, we have to experiment. It certainly will be something really good thing is that we have already been approached by people that are thinking about private networks. So for me, we should see the user in the center, and we should not care about how the service is delivered. We should have the goal to actually deliver the service. So for my home, I would probably choose to have a lot of bandwidth with Wi-Fi. Right? It's free. I can manage it. I can set it up. I can set it however I want. For industry. There's a very good opportunity for both operators, manufacturers to set up private networks. So again, the operators have the know-how. The industry has their own, let's say, maybe strict or not so strict requirements, and the manufacturers can supply can have their equipment out and help. So. How to auction this? I'm not really sure. We have to really think about it, and I think that collaboration between us, at least in Europe, as it is right now, is quite important. I mean, there is a motor that we have in the RSPG since lots of years ago that we learn from each other. So there is no ready solution, I think. We have to see how we best accommodate the
William, are you happy to start with that? Or
I'm not fully sure I understood the question actually. So dynamic.
I think that use of databases.
Use of databases. Okay. So DSA 3 databases. I mean, I personally like it a lot. Actually, I think databases provide enormous future flexibility because once you know what's going on, you can use the database to change.
We see a lot of research work happening around dynamic spectrum access and dynamic spectrum auctioning. So it's not fixed. So there are a lot of research work happening in this area where we sort of allocate spectrum based on the need and based on the availability. So
moving to more like electricity markets.
Yes. So like, do you see that research coming into reality anytime soon?
Not really. Spectrum demand is not really like that. I mean, it's fairly consistent, fairly predictable. It's the same in the rush hour every day, more or less. It doesn't feel like the sort of thing where it's so dynamic that you want to be continually trying to move it around. And typically, if there's a peak in demand from one user, there's a peak in demand for every user because everyone's got the same density of people. So it's not as if you could say, oh, well, that the peak's dropped off there, but somebody else wants it. I don't see the benefits as being strong enough to justify the complexities of that kind of very dynamic access to spectrum.
Just to add to that, I mean, I think there are lots of different models of how sharing could work. And I think some of them could be quite complex. And in places like London, other major cities, actually there could well be benefit in looking at some of those more sophisticated sharing approaches, just because the benefits of more efficient use of spectrum would be worthwhile and putting in that effort and potentially money. But the one point I did want to make was that actually in a lot of places, it probably won't be worth doing that level of complexity, but sharing doesn't have to be complicated. It might just be basic geographic sharing in a lot of instances. And actually, that's something which, is to a certain extent what we've done with sort of 3.8 to 4.2 in the first instance, and allowing sort of local licenses on a first come first service approach. And actually, we've seen some real innovation there, and it's not been especially complex. So, you need to get sharing to meet the situation at the time.
We already have sharing in a certain mode. I mean, let's take, for example, any special event. There's no allocated spectrum beforehand to any user. So there are, I don't know, 5 companies coming and having some requests, and we try to share as best with either a mechanism like first come, first serve, or another mechanism saying that we have to, let's say, equally divide the available spectrum to best accommodate the requirements from the user. I agree with Chris. It doesn't have to be so complex, at least in the beginning. We don't know how it will be implemented, and what computational power it will need to actually compute every second what is the demand in such and such place, and what it can be made available, and how it will change. I mean, there is a lot of experimentation to be done. I would support this, actually, because at the end, what we have as a given is that the asset that we are managing, spectrum, is scarce. So if there is a good way to actually allocate it dynamically according to the demand and to the need of every minute, I'm pro for that. But what will it cost? I mean, energy, computing power, and is it worth it? If we can somehow predict of certain, let's say, limits, certain containers that we could implement in for different cases, maybe that's a starting point, and take small steps from that for some dynamic, let's say, allocation changes. Some very early thoughts.
Let's move on to the next question.
Mark Colville, Analysis Mason. So we had some discussion about cashless auctions or coverage commitments rather than sort of paying for spectrum licenses. I agree. There are obviously some difficulties with the implementation of that. So, for example, understanding the commercial limits of where an operator might choose to roll out to absent the obligation, trying to balance the efficiency of use of the spectrum versus efficiency of meeting a coverage obligation, if you like. So in that context, thinking about the different approaches to doing this, how would you sort of view the different options, like negotiated coverage commitments in exchange for license renewals, like we've seen in France, traditional auctions with a coverage obligation attached, or the kind of 2-stage auctions that we've seen in some countries where there's an auction where the amount of spectrum each operator wins is determined, and then there's a kind of reverse auction for how much coverage operators are prepared to commit to in exchange for a discount from that auction price.
Thank you. So coverage, that's a very interesting question. So in the United States, they have what's called the National Broadband Map, which is an attempt to map at a really granular level who has what level of coverage. And then there are funding mechanisms in place that will hand out subsidies to try and fill those very specific gaps. So it's channeling the money to the particular locations. That's very different from the old mechanisms where we just tried to reach 98% or 99% population, which tend to encourage operators to cover exactly the same places. So is that something we need to do in Europe, is move to those kind of more granular targets?
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's important as well to focus coverage on where it's most needed. So I showed some crowdsourced data. I mean, using crowdsourced information, you can very quickly find out where there's a coverage hole and how many people pass through it each day. So effectively, you then prioritize the coverage holes with the highest footfall because that's the most number of people affected by that particular hole. And essentially, you develop a prioritized list, and then you require people to fill in against that particular list, which clearly then maximizes the coverage, the useful coverage that you're delivering through that. Now, as to exactly how you do that through auctions or whatever, I think that's Richard's area rather than mine.
Well, I mean, presumably there are holes there for a reason, right? It's because they must be expensive to cover.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I think in many European countries, not in every single one, but in many European countries, it's really about, you almost get into the 100% population coverage. I mean, I think, Sweden, for example, did an auction a few years ago where they went down to an incredibly granular level of almost, with one of the blocks of spectrum, identifying individual households, and that was literally the last tens of households that didn't have coverage. And I think a lot of European countries are at that level. We've also got fiber rollouts, and I think what we've heard over the last day and a half is that actually we need to look at the various options that are available. I mean, suddenly satellite is much more of a viable option, I think, than it perhaps was a few years ago in terms of providing that infill in those rural areas where no one really lives, but people do occasionally go, and therefore it's about, there's probably no single answer, if you like, to actually meeting those. It's about, again, working out which is the best solution for that particular area.
And Tassos, you talked about the challenge of finding the money. I mean, up to now in Greece, it's been explicit that this is money you take out of the industry and use to support the rest of the economy. Is that going to continue, or do you think there's an opportunity to reinvest some of this money to improve connectivity?
I think that we should, let's say, catch up with our European colleagues, and the message from the European Commission and also globally from the ITU is that we need coverage. I would like to see the definition of coverage. I mean, is coverage just seeing that my phone says 5G up at the upper of the screen, or do I really have service, and how good is this service? So we should define some minimums. And William's idea about getting feedback from the let's say measurements of a kind, and going into a circle whenever we renew a license, or whenever we I don't know, allocate new spectrum, then we should pinpoint deficiencies. And as Chris said, with the example of Sweden, they did exactly that. They said that these are white spaces, and we must not have white spaces anymore. So the operators, give me your proposals. How are you going to cope with that? Are you going to invest? Are you going to build a certain amount of new towers? Then your license will cost less. I think that was the mechanism they used. So I would like to be able to implement that. But of course, it's also dependent on governmental policy. So you have to see what is, let's say, best for the country, because you have to serve the citizens, but also you have to, you also have some individual needs. So I'm not sure how we will proceed on that.
Chris, we have the SRN in the UK. BT said that they never want to put another pole up in a rural area that requires a helicopter. So how are you going to persuade the operators to keep going once they fulfill this set of targets?
Well, I mean, the operators have committed to meet the obligations as set out in the SRN. I mean, that was a government initiative. I think, as I say, though, we are getting to the stage where, it's about the geographic coverage. And if it is truly uneconomic, which I think you are looking at in those final areas of the country, then that is a matter for the government to just, the operators understandably aren't going to roll out. I do think, as I say, that, that satellites may be the better option, in those areas. I mean, and as I say, it's more viable now, it seems, than it was a few years ago.
Well, terrific. Unfortunately, I can see from the clock we're out of time, but I'm going to give Tassos the last word.
On that, yeah. Maybe for you that have been in Greece for holidays or whatever, you might remember that most of Greece is islands. How to cover that? Please help me.
I'm sure there are some satellite operators here who will be banging at your door. Thank you very much to all the panel, and thank you to the audience.
So yes, thank you very much for our panel, and Richard, thank you very much as well for leading us through that. Just a quick apology to those of you following online. I know there were, for a couple of minutes, there were some technical issues there, so apologies to everybody watching online, but glad we were able to resolve those, and hopefully it didn't get in the way too much for that session for everyone watching online. We're now moving straight on. So we're going to be moving straight on to a second of our 6G shorts, and we're going to be moving the discussion on to look at security. So looking at ensuring safe, secure, and resilient 6G networks. So if I could invite our moderator and our panelists up to join us for this session. So that's Marusanka, Knud, and David. If I can invite them to join us up here. And we don't need to change the waters, that's all right, Josh, so we're all good with that. So yeah, if I could invite you all to come and join us on stage. As I said, we are going to be moving straight on to this next short. Just whilst we're getting everything set up here, a reminder, or for anyone who has joined late today, a reminder that the recordings for all of the sessions and also the presentations for all of the sessions are going to be available to download after the event. For those of you in the room, you can use your QR code once again on your badge or on the sheets that are available at registration. And for those of you online, they'll be available on the link that's in the reception area of the online platform. And there will also be an email sent around to everybody afterwards with links to catch up on any of the sessions that you may have missed. So it looks like we're just about ready to go. So delighted again, as I said, to have a fantastic lineup of speakers to talk about this issue of security. And Marusanka, welcome. Great to have you here. And I'll pass over to you to moderate and introduce the issues and our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me for this event. So I was at 2023 event as well. So I'm honored to moderate this event, this panel on the 6G security. So to start with, so I will give a brief introduction. What is this 6G security is about, and what kind of research activity going on this domain. So I'm Madhusanka Liyanage. I'm associate professor from University College Dublin, Ireland. And when we talk about the security, actually the security is also evolving with the different generation of mobile network. So if you look at the last 3 generations of mobile network, we start with the 4G, where we had fully IP-based communication that introduced a new set of security attacks, especially which can be originated from the internet side. And 4G to 5G, actually we had a very big development where we have introduced the network virtualization concept like cloud computing, NFV, SDN kind of scenarios. So 5G mobile network, we are trying to address the security issues which can be originated with the virtualization techniques and also the introduction of this service-based architecture. And not only that, the integration of IoT we introduced, we need to protect the critical infrastructure as well via the 5G network. And when we look at the 6G, so 6G will be also integrating a new set of technology. We were discussing throughout this summit different type of technologies we're going to use, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum computing, and the new radio spectrum. And that will be also introduce a new set of security attacks, and the threat landscape be evolving towards that direction. And when we look at this research work which is happening currently over the last few years, so one of the key area like we are trying to address is like how the AI will be integrated with the 6G. If we look at the 5G and 6G, in 5G AI will be used in some of the application domain, but when it comes to the 6G domain, the AI will be integrated almost every segment of the 6G network, including the RAN, core network, and also the almost all the application. So the AI integration will have a security impact. So we can think it as in the two different scenarios actually. So one is like how we can use AI for the security improvement, especially when we talk about like billions of devices. AI can be a nice way we can manage these kind of billion devices, especially introducing like autonomous security. And also the new machine learning technique like federated learning is handy to protect the privacy protected data sharing. And also we can develop a new anomaly detection mechanism using AI technologies. So, but also we have to consider like how we are securely integrating the AI system, because AI system are vulnerable to certain set of attacks. For example, how we can ensure the trustworthiness of the AI. And also we have to think about the attack specifically focused on AI, like for example, data poisoning attack, evasion attack, adversarial AI attack. So those kind of attacks we need to be tackled before we are integrating AI into the 6G network. And not only that, like where we are going to place this AI and how we are going to use the AI is also need to be addressed. So we know in the 5G we have introduced these edge computing capabilities where we have the cloud computing capabilities already at the base station. So with the introduction of the AI technologies and combining with the edge computing, so we have this distributed intelligence, or we call it as a edge intelligence, where we can deploy AI already at the base station. For example, we are now talking about Open RAN technology. It's like one of the way we can integrate in AI into the RAN technology. So this edge intelligence is a huge factor. So how we can securely integrate in AI into this distributed system is an important topic we need to address. And also explainable AI is playing a bigger role in AI in general, because it gives some kind of understanding how the AI system is working. So especially if you want to make sure AI system is following the regulation and the ethical aspect, so we need explainable AI kind of scenarios to understand whatever the system we are developing is following this regulation. And not only that, explainable AI is a very nice tool. We can be use extra information to develop advanced security mechanism which might be needed in the AI domain. So, and also AI, the 6G is not only about AI, so we have to also think about like when the 6G will be deployed. So we talk about something which is coming in 2030 and beyond. So by that time, we have to think about what are the other technologies will be also happening in parallel with the 6G. So one of the things we expecting, even European Commission is expecting, is the quantum computing is going to be one of the major stream. So when the quantum computers are available, most of the crypto mechanism we use in the today's system, we're going to be failed. So we have to think about quantum resisting security mechanism. So when we talk about this quantum safe 6G communication, so we can talk about different areas. Like one is how we can use this quantum key distribution, and also how we can design the post-quantum cryptography. So this post-quantum cryptography mechanism might be a new security mechanism, or even existing security mechanism can be still used in the post-quantum era. But we need to identify which security mechanism can be used in this domain. And also we have to identify what are the quantum-based attacks which are relevant to 6G and how we can tackle them. And also developing this quantum-resisting networking hardware is also important factors to be considered. And beyond that, so most of the research actually, if we consider currently happening, is like around this zero trust integrated end-to-end security, because we have like tons of different security solutions we have been developed. It can be used in 5G and also 6G domain, but how we can deploy those things, because we are talking about like billions of devices and billions of users. Unless you can't automate the security services, it might be very challenging to deploy those kind of things. So most of the research activities now focusing on like how we can enable this kind of zero trust security management, especially integrating this closed loop automation, so where we can detect, react, and also mitigate the security attack automatically. And also integrating with this zero trust architecture, where we don't trust any of the devices, so we can have a zero trust integration or security mechanism in the 6G network. So those kind of information are really important. And also AI and machine learning playing a bigger role, especially for the security automation, especially the optimization of the security resources and deployment of the security functions in the different places of the 6G network can be managed with that. So I think that's like the main research areas I would like to highlight. And also then now we are going to our panelists, so they can also discuss their view on the 6G security and privacy domain. Yeah, so we can go to Kanoop. So maybe you can give a brief introduction about your view on the 6G security and privacy.
Sure. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this interesting event. And thank you for giving us a nice scene setting here. One of the problems here when we are discussing the scene setting for security in relation to 6G is that, like somebody phrased it before, I think, that it's a bit confusing here, what's going to happen. I mean, it's quite open what it will be about, or it's not certain, or whatever we like to phrase it. So that makes it difficult to come out with specific or definite security measures. But one thing, unfortunately, is very sure, is that we know that the cyber attack activity, as we are seeing it, will continue to grow. I mean, there will be massive cyber attacks also in the future. And not only massive attacks, but we also are seeing that these are really costing a lot. So when Professor Haas said, where's the money going in 6G? One place we know that it will go is to this criminal activities, that's for sure. I mean, it's been estimated already that the economics here of cyber attacks is on par with some of the biggest GDPs of the industrial countries. And that goes for maybe the ransomware coming up there. But if you look at the disturbance, the unsettling of activity or productivity activity, it might be even, or it is actually even bigger. I mean, we saw a cyber attack to one of the shipping lines in my small home country. We have actually a major shipping line called Maersk. And something like a year ago, or a little bit less, there was a major cyber attack to it. And it cost a lot of money. But it also took something like 6 or 7 months before things were actually brought back into shape to make the business continue. One thing coming out of this is the economics going into it. But another thing people are increasingly discussing is this about the competences we have, the IT companies with IT competences, which has been actually requested to deal with cybersecurity, maybe increasingly is needed as OT, organizational technology, because that's what actually make these security issues really serious, really difficult to deal with. So even if we don't know so much what's coming up, it's really important that we now start to do something and try to imagine what's going on, what can we do, what's needed in 6G, to try at least to encounter these cyber attacks that we know are coming in increasingly. So discussing the security landscape for 6G for the coming years, for the running up to the implementation of 6G is, as I see it, really important out of this.
Thank you. So David.
Just check this is on. Yeah, it is on. So yeah, I'm not as maybe scared as some people about 6G security. So I think, you know, we've come on a journey already with cybersecurity, a very strong journey, particularly in the past 14 years or so. And a lot of the foundational principles that we needed in place for, you know, future survival of the human race, shall we say, are in place. And I think it's down to rolling those things out now. So traditionally, and I noticed you started with LTE there, but we've still got GSM networks deployed in this world. And generationally, we were able to deal with some of the structural issues that came up in terms of security. So for GSM to 3G, we introduced mutual authentication. We couldn't do that in the middle of a GSM deployment. It was only when that generational change came that we could make that change. So I think there's a few opportunities with us for 6G. I spend my life doing mobile security. I'm the current chair of the GSMA's Fraud and Security Group, and the way that I explain that role is we're dealing with what I call the Janus problem. So Janus being the two-faced Roman god, looking backwards in time, looking forwards, and that is basically our role. We have to deal with so much legacy, so we're kind of victim of our own success of digital secure mobile comms. But we have to carry on that legacy. So the majority of the issues that we're dealing with on a daily basis are actually caused by that legacy. And until we turn off GSM networks, we're going to have to live with things like SMS blasters, which are a current issue. And we're also seeing when the modern technology is attacked, often the aim of the attacks are to bid down. So if they're trying to attack, say, a 5G network, they're trying to bid down to an earlier version of the bearer that they can execute their attack successfully. So there's a kind of win on the security side that the modern stuff is working, but also maybe it's that's the low-hanging fruit, so they're going to go that way anyway. And that's what we see also with, I've done a lot of work on IoT security. We've been successful in the UK in banning default passwords. And even me saying that now, and I've worked on it for 10 years, is absolutely ludicrous that we actually had to say that. So we've got a big issue in our sort of manufacturing attitude, whether it's in the OT space or whether it's in consumer electronics or whether it's in the mobile network, that we're ending up in a situation where governments are forced to regulate. I don't think they actually want to regulate, but they're having to do something. And the reason for that is that for future network resilience and for future human security, the needs of countries, the needs of economies, means that we have to make sure that all of these devices are secure. So we're kind of getting the basics right and getting those out of the way. We're dealing with security researchers in the proper way. So we have coordinated vulnerability disclosure. We have an industry level scheme where those reports of vulnerabilities can be addressed and they can be put into fixes in the standards. So we've managed to dodge quite a few bullets architecturally, being able to make changes to standards for 5G standalone, for example, before it's even been deployed. So I kind of feel like we're kind of winning in some spaces. But then looking forward to 6G, stuff that we wanted to do for ages, we may be able to do. So there's a current line of thinking is that we probably should be looking at 6G as a sort of, it's networks of networks. So an intelligent, trusted network. And what do we mean by that? Well, we're looking at obviously employment of the concepts of zero trust, as you mentioned. So that means that you don't trust anything. You make sure that you're assuring protocols and devices all the time. And you don't assume trust between parties. It's a very, very difficult job, but maybe that's something that AI can help with as well. But that brings its own challenges, and I know we're going to talk about that soon. But all of these different bearers that we have, there'll be a lot of satellite stuff in there, there'll be a lot of national security related issues. Those are the future challenges. But I do take a quite positive view towards the future in that structurally, as we merge together with the IT world, we do know what good looks like. We just have to make sure we deploy that in the right way.
Okay, thank you, David. So I think I will start with your first point. You were talking about this interoperability. So as we can see, like mobile networks are not like a clean set generation-wise differences we can find. We have like always different mobile generation operating simultaneously in one operator side. So I think it is going to be happen in the 6G network as well. Like we will have 3G, 4G, 5G operating simultaneously. So how do you see like 6G can help us to address some of these interoperability issues and also the security issues we find in the previous generations?
I think it is going to be very hard, and for a number of reasons that are kind of fuzzy at the moment. So, for example, everything that we do on a daily basis relies on PKI, so public key cryptography, and that's increasingly being baked in because it's the only solution we have in terms of whether it's our authentication to websites or peer-to-peer communications. And I think our over-reliance on that creates some risk. And ultimately, that relies on trust and human trust. So when you're communicating between, say, two countries that maybe don't get on very well, well, we're a global community, there has to be that kind of trust negotiation. And also, what we've seen in the past is even where that trust does take place, that trust may be subverted by an external party. So that's what we see in terms of fraud, for example, or spyware actors that might set up a front company in order to get access to a mobile network, kind of dupe them, and they don't even know that it's going on. So I don't think that behavior is going to change, that human behavior is not going to change. But going back to what I said about zero trust, if we build that philosophy into everything that we're doing, what we do is we create a set of safeguards that really strongly mitigate that on top of everything else that we're doing. And I think that we reduce the potential weaknesses that are primarily around PKI, which are designed in. So, certificates expire and then connections drop. So I think, building less dependency around PKI would be quite useful in that respect from an interconnect perspective.
Okay. Yeah. So I will ask from Kanu, so about the AI. So we were talking a lot about 6G will be based on AI technologies, and AI is going to be a bigger role there. So according to you, how we can integrate AIs while protecting the security and privacy aspect of the network. So what is the best way we can do it, and what kind of challenges we need to consider?
I mean, it's quite clear that not only can we build in AI, I mean, the whole idea, I guess, of 6G is actually to combine communication and AI. I mean, that's one of the buzzwords for the future 6G. So definitely AI will be there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of opportunities then to use AI actually to maybe detect that something is going on, suspicious things going on, maybe to scale up things to be able to prevent that. But on the other hand, it will also, I mean, AI will also be used to try to get into, to make fraud or whatever you like to call it. So, I mean, it will be a kind of battle like in the old days between, in the arms race where you have armor and you have explosives. So which one is going to be fast? And I mean, I agree with you that in principle and theoretical, we have built quite a strong security into the networks, into different parts of the network. And then you can say maybe it's because people do not really behave and we don't have the trust we should have. But the effect is, that's the situation. There's a lot of fraud going on. And I think it's unfortunately very open which one will be the stronger, whether we'll be able to build an AI-based system which will be strong enough to actually keep out the people that will actually definitely also use AI to try to get into it. I mean, and it's for sure also absolutely without not respecting that a lot of things are going on there, also the organization you're working in. But we are still seeing, for instance, I mean, this recent thing where some people actually created an AI-based boardroom for actually cheating Arup for $25 million. I mean, So we are seeing that people are very fast to also use the new possibilities to create personas based on our AI. So, I mean, it's really an open question still, but I think it's very needed that we find out how actually to build strong based security standardization also in the future.
Yeah.
And I think we have just have to start that. I mean, something's going on, but I think there's a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess we need to break it down into the constituent parts. So obviously it does sound quite scary, but we're already dealing with some of these sort of MOs already in the fraud space, virtual kidnapping, for example, the fact that people are then adding to that with, deep fakes and so on is still the issue. It's fundamentally still the same. But in terms of, I guess I would like to be working on those problems and not have to deal with the legacies, the volume of legacy. And if we can concentrate on those new challenges, I think you're exactly right. I think the AI that we deploy in defense, can be smart. And if we look at particular problems like denial of service, so a threat actor, it's very easy to bring networks down relatively because, standards are often have non-determinism baked in. And so there are lots of ways in which you could send information to a website, for example, that would create that scenario and send it into a processing loop. So I think we can use AI in defense to kind of flush out those things. And if we're more agile in the standard space as well, to be able to update things more dynamically. And I think that is also one of the critical parts of the solution, is reducing the latency in terms of our response, whether it's automated, whether it's having structured data formats so that intelligence exchange can happen in an automated fashion, because we, the human, are too slow, and we're not going to be able to respond quickly enough to these future attacks.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And also I want to ask about the next section related to the crypto we are going to use, because crypto is the basics for the security of our mobile network. So when we talk about 6G, so what kind of cryptographic mechanism you are expecting to have, and especially with the availability of the quantum computing, and how do you see the crypto landscape will be changed in the 6G network?
Do you want to go first?
I think, once again, what we can be sure is that it will be a challenge. I mean, of course, we still, like you said, we have quite good standardization for what we know today about challenges, about holes in the defense system, so on and so forth. But we also know that there will be an issue with quantum. And I think we are seeing one of the issues. People are already beginning to steal very interesting things with a view to be able to actually break it when quantum computing is available. Meaning that to be able to resist that or to meet that, we simply have to start building post-quantum cryptography. Whether we are using we are looking at hard-based solution or soft-based solution, where we are building mathematically-based post-quantum cryptography. I think this is absolutely necessary, because, I mean, we are foreseeing now we'll have 6G in 2030. We are also foreseeing that the first really operatable quantum computers will also arrive in 2030. So, I mean, we don't know, I don't know, you don't know. But, I mean, what we know is there's definitely work going on there. And whether you think it's going faster or slower than was predicted a few years ago remains to be seen. I mean, there's definitely huge challenges. Nevertheless, I mean, even if you don't have a fully fledged, these 100,000 qubit or whatever it is, which is not likely, there will definitely be some quantum computing power available in 2030. We already see it partly today. So this is really a major challenge for all our cryptic keys, the keys we have today. So that's a big challenge.
Yeah, I mean, the first problem I have is that people mix up quantum computing and quantum comms and quantum safe. So the primary work that's being done is really post-quantum cryptography, and there's been a heck of a lot of work done on that for quite a time now. So we have most of the standards in place. We broadly know what a quantum computer would find a hard difficult problem to solve. We know that a quantum computer would be able to solve our current hard maths problems, so elliptic curves and factorization of prime numbers, in a lot shorter time than they could now with classical computers. We also know that the solution is not purely about deploying post-quantum or quantum-safe algorithms into cryptographic libraries, which actually is relatively straightforward, especially if you're operating a cloud service. It's just adding that new algorithm to the library or to the browser, or whatever. So that's relatively straightforward. But in our space, and again, sort of back to some of the legacy, but also the new equipment, where we're deploying symmetric keys as well. So there are recommendations that we have to increase key lengths, and what that means in practice is we have to start to change standards as well, because bits and bytes, there are in specifications they're specifically saying this key length here is this length in this part of the communications, and the next bit's doing something else. So for that, a lot of that legacy stuff, we can't extend the symmetric key lengths beyond a certain space because there just isn't the space in the protocol. You'd have to design a new protocol. So again, back to sort of overall solutions, at least in the quantum safe world, then we would have to look at maybe saying, well, from a management perspective, there are going to be certain classes of devices that we have to treat as totally untrusted, but you could probably still operate them. But you just kind of have to wrap them in cotton wool. And I think that's the same for a lot of legacy. So in a post-quantum environment, potentially you could operate those devices. You just have to protect them in other ways. And then to other types of cryptography, I mean, again, it's quite a long way ahead, but the general property of crypto agility is really an important one. And another lesson that we've learned from our legacy is that we need to have the ability to replace algorithms within the life cycle of a generation of comms. And we need to be agile about that. So we need to build that into the design of the networks in such a way that we have a backup plan, essentially.
I absolutely agree also that when we have this post-quantum situation in place, we know already that there are very efficient post-quantum cryptography which can deal with this. But I still think that there is a situation where we are running up to it, where the elliptic curves that we are using today as basis for crypto, they can be broken. And people are already collecting. I mean, that depends whether you think it's important that some of the things that has been exchanged, communicated up to the new situation, whether that's interesting to actually protect.
I would give a counter argument to that. I would say that that's always gone on, right? The speed of computing has always increased. So it's always interesting to maybe collect encrypted communications. I just think there's a sort of bandwagon at the moment. But then you look at the number of data leaks that companies have, and you go, what are you doing to secure your data in the first place? Never mind the encrypted comms, because actually compromising the businesses and stealing all their data anyway is the bigger problem at the moment. And I think sometimes they spend a lot of time looking at all the sexy problems and not at the fundamental issues, going back to default passwords again,
Yeah, but in a sense, you're right, of course. I mean, we cannot just go back and start when we started doing exchanging things with very simple keys. But maybe once you think about introducing post-quantum cryptography, now, that's what I'm saying, before they have the quantum, to actually say this, we have started to do that before, because otherwise there might be a problem, even if you're not want to go back for years and years.
And this, if you may, just to finish this off, I would say that actually this is the problem for operators, is because actually they are under really heavy burden of cybersecurity regulations. So sort of part of the success of us recognizing that we need to do all this stuff is that everything's happened at once. So if you imagine that you're the head of security and operator, you have to deal with everything in the UK, at least from the TSA, it's a massive set of requirements, all the stuff you should have been doing, but you know, then you've got PSTI, you've got potentially the CRA, and so all these things, if you're operating globally, you've got all this other stuff to deal with, and all of it results in cost. Maybe you don't have the capital investment available to invest. And if you want to deploy quantum safe cryptography, you need to know what your network looks like and where the bodies are buried. But you don't necessarily have the money and resources to be able to go and actually check where the bad stuff is. And I think that's quite dangerous at the moment. I think we're in a dangerous period in that it's actually quite difficult for operators. We're asking them some really difficult things, and it's not their fault. I don't think that they can deliver on it.
Yeah, I think it's a very valid point, especially when we have like the 6G requirement, like because we are targeting more fine-grained requirement than the 5G. So implementation of this quantum cryptography to satisfy that demand is really challenging. So I think we will go for the audience. So if you have any questions for the panel, so now it's the time for you to ask.
Yes, thanks for the interesting discussion. Ian Ginn from digitaltalk.com and IFG Consulting. I mean, to make the systems future-proof, to what extent is upgradability an important part of 6G? Because I'm thinking of being software-driven architectures as well. I mean, that's been, I think, a big difference in the past where, you know, IoT devices are put out there, but there's no upgradability. So is upgradability part of the, you know, the story and the mindset?
I think my view on this is that is kind of an artifact of the past, the old world, because what you're dealing with now is a live dynamic system or being, especially when you implement AI in there, that really everything is alive at all times. There is no concept of upgradability because it's always being updated every single second in terms of whether it's fine-tuning of AI models or whether it's a software update in particular parts of the network. So I think we have to get away from that.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, like you said before, I'm not saying it's anybody's fault that we are this should be done or not be done. And like you say, it will be almost impossible to look into upgrading things if we were going back to secure the past, so to speak. That's not possible, and will be even more impossible in the future. But still, I think there are issues where one will say, what do we do about this? I mean, we're not jumping into the future. There are still things, like you said yourself, the legacy coming into us is what has been make life difficult so far. And I think that will also continue for some time to be, unless there'll be a very, very efficient way of actually incorporating this in the 6G. And it's a possibility, but it will be difficult, I think.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? So otherwise, I will give you opportunity to wrap it up the session with your final remarks. So we have like 1 minute.
I'll be really quick. So whilst I like all the 6G challenges, there are other things that are coming up. So if you want to look up the 2038 problem, these are issues that are really going to hit us. Nobody's really looking at them properly because they're all focused on new design and new technologies. Let's look at the real problems that are going to hit us in the future, and we actually know what they look like.
Yeah, I mean, just to be as, I mean, I'm sure there will be wonderful new potentials out there, but there's definitely dangers also. And we really have to realize that the big potentials are also associated with big problems, dangers, or whatever you like to call it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So thanks for being in the panel.
So yeah, thank you very much to Marasanka, to Knud, and to David for that discussion. So really appreciate it. Fascinating discussion once again. So thank you. Okay, so we're now moving to our final refreshment break. So there's coffee once again for everybody here out in the refreshment area. So if we could try and be back here at 25 to, so in around about just over 20 minutes. My maths isn't working, 20 minutes or so, and then we'll get started for our last two sessions. We're going to be looking at harnessing the power of 6G for developing regions, and then finally a session on sustainability. Thanks so much, everyone, and we'll see you back here.
Senses are the way humans experience the world, and while they are powerful, they are limited to what we can perceive in our immediate vicinity. But what if we gave our networks the ability to sense, to become aware of our environments, the people and objects within it, to be our digital sixth sense? With this capability, we can map digital versions of the physical world, allowing us to interact beyond our immediate vicinity, extending our senses to every point the network touches.
6G is the next iteration of the wireless communication standard. Nokia Bell Labs has identified 6 key aspects of the new standard, of which network as a sensor one of the major ones. 6G sensing will be an additional service provided by the 6G network, in addition to communication, where the network by itself can detect people, objects, the physical environment itself, similar to a radar, but without dedicated radar signaling required. We are at the ARENA 2036 Industrial Research Facility, where we have deployed our prototype system for joint communication and sensing. The signal is being sent out and it's being reflected, at least in parts, by the environment, including the robot itself. The reflected signal is being processed in the sensing processing unit, where we can obtain the distance, range and reflective strength of the robot, which we then visualize in the radar view on the screen. From that reconstruction, we extract the objects of interest. So we can then detect people, cars, static objects such as parked trucks. We detect their range, their velocity. That kind of list of objects can then be used in a multitude of ways depending on the scenario we are trying to serve. That information is available in real time with a very short latency of about 20 milliseconds. Nokia Bell Labs is working with Bosch to explore real-world use cases in industrial environments and traffic scenarios.
6G sensing could be used in an industrial setting where it would track the location of every robot machine or human in the building. 6G sensing tracks the locations of objects, regardless of whether they have a direct connection to the network. By recognizing the presence of people, heavy machinery could stop operating temporarily when a human approaches, preventing potential collisions. Importantly, 6G sensing can't determine people's identities, maintaining privacy, but it can determine if they are sitting, standing, or walking.
Our possible applications of this technology are for outdoor deployments, drone detection or weather sensing, for indoor or industrial deployments, worker safety improvement or intrusion detection, and finally, improvement of the communication performance of the network itself.
6G can give us the ability to fuse the human, physical, and digital world. And by expanding our awareness beyond our nearby surroundings, we are building a safer and more productive environment for all.
So welcome back again, everybody. Good to have everyone back here with us for the final 2 sessions now for this year's conference. So we're going to continue with the 6G shorts that we have been running this afternoon, so slightly shorter sessions. Later on in about 50 minutes or so, we're going to have a session that's going to be looking specifically at sustainability. But before that, we're going to be looking at harnessing the power of 6G for developing regions. So delighted to have 2 speakers with us to talk through these issues, and also our moderator, Laura Sear from Policy Tracker. So Laura, great to have you here. As I said, we have Charlie here, and I think we have Naima here virtually. I know we've had a few connection issues with Naima, but I think hopefully we sorted those and she'll be joining as well. So yeah, Laura, lovely to have you here, and I'll pass over to you to introduce the topics.
Brilliant, thank you, Dan. Hi, everyone. I'm Laura Sear. I'm from Policy Tracker. I'm a journalist and analyst there. Policy Tracker is, well, one of the only and leading publications on spectrum regulation. We're based here in London, and our team writes news stories and features about spectrum regulation across the world. We keep track of auctions and consultations, and we also provide research service, workshops, and training courses to regulators or any interested party in spectrum regulation. I have the pleasure of moderating one of the final sessions here. We've heard some fascinating debates today and yesterday, and I really hope that you all have enough energy to listen to another really interesting discussion. And this one will be on 6G in developing regions. We're focusing on the African continent. In the last 12 months, several countries have awarded 5G spectrum. In January, for example, Egypt awarded licenses, and last year, Namibia as well. There's also a slow but steady rollout of 5G networks. Orange recently announced it will test 5G in Sierra Leone, and they also made further commitments in other African countries. Ethiopia has also seen its first 5G commercial rollout last year, so has Uganda and Zambia. But today here, I'm joined on stage by Charlie Lewis, who is a counselor at the South African regulator ICASA, and Naima Hassan, who's joining us online. She's the director of Interconnection, Wholesale and Universal Access at the National Communication Authority of Somalia. Our speakers have 5 minutes for opening remarks. I understand that you will briefly give an overview of the state of telecom in your countries. So Naima, I hope the connection is all right. I'll let you start off.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me, and my connection is doing good so far. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Naima Hassan, and I'm a telecommunication engineer working for the telecom regulator, the National Communication Authority of Somalia. I'm very honored to be joining you all virtually at the 6G Summit, and I will try to briefly discuss how we can harness the power of 6G for developing regions, focusing on the African continent. Yes, I hope the slides are there. Next slide, please. So the advantage of 6G for the world are very significant, with expectations of delivering much higher speeds, along with reduced latency. 6G will make use of a wider variety of spectrum, providing ultra-high speeds and large capacity over short distances. Additionally, 6G networks are set to include mobile edge computing technology, offering advantages like enhanced AI capabilities and advanced mobile devices and systems. It will additionally integrate various technologies such as deep learning with big data analytics and high-performance computing. It is anticipated that 6G will offer distinctive capabilities in developing future wireless networks by leveraging machine learning and artificial intelligence. All of these advanced characteristics will make it easier to implement smart cities and autonomous vehicles, virtual reality, augmented reality, and other new technologies. Next slide, please. In terms of connectivity and universal access, the ITU estimated that approximately 5.4 billion people, or around 67% of the world's population, are using the internet in 2023. So 2.6 billion people are still not connected to the internet. In Africa, only 37% of the people are using the internet, despite the fact that the continent has a large youth population. 60% of Africa's population is under 25 years old, and by 2035, more young Africans will be entering the workforce annually than the rest of the world combined. So it is anticipated that 6G will enhance connectivity and offer increased accessibility to high-speed internet and digital services. 6G technology is expected to use non-terrestrial networks such as satellites and high-altitude platform stations to ensure universal connectivity and extend the coverage to rural and remote regions. Also, AI and machine learning in 6G are expected to be utilized to enhance efficiency, sustainability, trust, reliability, security, and improve connectivity to remote areas of the world. Combining 6G satellite technology with smart services that can reflect electromagnetic signals enable high-speed connectivity with minimal delays. This will bring about a change in regions of the world where offering access to traditional mobile networks is challenging and costly. Also, the progress brought by the Open Radio Access Network, Open RAN, will also contribute to reducing network expenses. Also, utilizing mesh network 6G might use machines as amplifiers for one another's data, allowing each device to expand coverage in addition to using it. So also 6G is anticipated to have reduced power consumption compared to 5G, potentially allowing for charging of low-power IoT devices through the network and possibly changing the financial aspects of large-scale deployments and assisting in sustainability efforts. 6G networks are anticipated to enhance cellular network penetration as a result of the extensive coverage area that they offer, so we would have the possibility of needing fewer towers to cover specific areas. Next slide, please. So in terms of economy, according to the GSMA reports, mobile technologies and services generated over 8% of sub-Saharan Africa's GDP, which amounted to 170 billion economic value added. And that is just one part of the continent. Digital services such as mobile money are huge drivers for mobile adoption. In 2021, the value of mobile money transactions were estimated to be $1 trillion, amounting to 2 million transactions per minute. 6G is expected to utilize AI for optimization, dynamic resource allocation, data processing, in addition to extremely low latency and distributed architecture, allowing it to deliver global integrated intelligence. 6G is expected to push the industrial revolution further, especially in Africa. 6G is also expected to greatly impact many sectors, including education, healthcare, agriculture, and innovation. 6G will implement a huge number of sensors and wider sensing solutions. This will impact government and industry approaches, especially in public safety, such as threat detection of time. 6G wireless communication technology will provide decreased user experience latency. Numerous delay-sensitive real-time applications will have better performance, and the decreased latency will allow emergency response, remote surgical procedures, and industrial automation to be utilized. Furthermore, 6G is expected to facilitate the seamless execution of delay-sensitive real-time application by making the network many times more dependable than 5G networks. 6G is also expected to enable immersive communication experiences through location and context-aware digital services, sensor experiences such as truly immersive extended reality that can be integrated in many applications, including communication, telemedicine, gaming, and many others. With this, I conclude my introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Naima. Charlie?
Thank you. I wasn't prepared for introductory remarks. I was expecting to go straight into the first question, but be that as it may, let me give you a little bit of the background of where we sit in terms of 5G and 6G in South Africa. It was essentially COVID-19 that brought us 5G in the country. We had two operators that had launched 5G before COVID, but when we as the regulator dealing with capacity constraints in the network, dished out all of the spectrum that we had planned to auction on a temporary basis to the existing licensees. Two of them immediately jumped on the opportunity and launched 5G networks in some of the more affluent metropolitan areas. So that's where 5G began in South Africa under COVID-19, or as a consequence of COVID-19. It has steadily been growing. So you can get a nice little 5G symbol on your phone if you live in an urban area in the major conurbations in South Africa. That's gradually changing as the two main operators are rolling out 5G into the smaller towns and cities. Coverage population-wise is growing. The last figure that we had at the end of last year is about 38% population coverage. But of course, our population tends to be highly concentrated in the urban areas. So it's very much growing, but it still has a very long way to go, even in South Africa. We have a stakeholder entity that we set in place, which is currently called the 5G Forum. We're about to rename it the IMT Forum of South Africa for the very reason that we need to begin to grapple with the issues around 6G. So a little bit of a background about where we are in South Africa. As the regulator, it's something that we pay close attention to, although we do not focus on Gs. We focus on giving licenses to service providers to provide content and services to people in the country. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. We don't focus on Gs, but I am going to ask some questions about it. So let's talk a bit about the potential of 6G. And firstly, I would like to, you gave a brief overview of what's going on when it comes to 5G. The auction in 2022 was concluded and 5G is rolling out. But are there any lessons that we can learn from it? Are there any lessons that you can learn from it? And maybe Naima, after Charlie has answered, you could answer the same questions. Previous generations that we can learn from. Is there also sufficient investment for another generation? I assume that 5G was already a big investment. So I'll leave it up to you.
Do you want me to go first? Okay. I've always said I'm a 5G skeptic, and that means I'm probably even more of a 6G skeptic. Any assumption that somehow 5G is going to solve the communications problems of Africa, I think is highly misplaced. I cannot see 5G is going to, as some people claim it's going to do, solve the digital divide. If anything, it's going to exacerbate the digital divide. You must recognize that on the continent as a whole, we live in an environment where less than half of the adult population even has access to a mobile device, where the high proportion of those that do not have a smartphone. We're in a continent where, at last count, you may have a better number, only 16 countries have actually launched 5G services. We live in a continent where 3G is still the primary means of communication for mobile for most people. 2 years back, it was 2G. So I guess we come somewhere. It's now 3G. It's estimated that even by, I think, 2030, and this is a GSMA estimate, it will still be a 4G continent. 5G might come up to about a quarter of connectivity. So it's not going to solve the digital divide. And there are various problems to that. There's obviously the usage gap, which was touched on earlier, where people have coverage of a signal but are not taking up the service. And that's for a variety of reasons. Lack of meaningful, useful content that creates economic opportunities, the high cost of data, and the high cost of the devices. So I think there's a long way to go. I think we will eventually get there, but I think currently 5G and indeed 6G will remain a niche application for use by affluent citizens in urban areas and for particularly high-end industrial and business applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Naima, can we get your perspectives as well?
Yes, definitely. So as I mentioned in my opening remarks, mobile and digital services do have a huge socioeconomic impact on African countries. They are used in nearly all aspects of our daily lives. This is especially evident when we talk about financial inclusion. For example, some countries in East Africa are now a nearly cashless society due to mobile money penetration, and this is also the case in Somalia. So there are definitely a lot of obstacles, including investment, infrastructure, regulation, and many others. But I do want to focus on two things that I believe has helped the adoption of previous technologies. First, the existence of critical services that drive the penetration, like mobile money, and second, the affordability of mobile devices. As Charlie said, people in many African countries might not have access to smartphones, and a lot of people still use basic and feature phones that only allow access to 2G and 3G services because they're more affordable. So in order to push the adoption of a new G or 6G, affordable devices must be provided.
Thank you. As I've got well, not really a follow-up question, but a question about like the financial aspect and maybe the role of the regulator therein. Actually, Naima, has Somalia, have they auctioned 5G spectrum already, or I believe so, right? I haven't heard you mention it.
Actually, no. In fact, in Somalia, we haven't had any auctions. We don't assign spectrum through auctions, and we haven't started assignments for the 5G spectrum, even though we do have a national spectrum strategy where we outlined all the available spectrum for 5G, and some of our operators already started a rollout for 5G services, but that is still not available on the ground. You still can't, you can use 5G services, but it is in the pipeline.
So how do you see the role of the regulator develop towards the future? You're awarding spectrum maybe through beauty contests or directly. How do you see that develop in the future for African countries? Naima.
Yes, definitely. Many African countries have utilized auctions in awarding spectrum. I mean, others like us, they've opted for other regulatory methods. So in Somalia, for example, we have many operators, many licensed operators, some national and some regional. So we try and provide spectrum on an equitable manner so that it reaches all the operators and everyone has access to it. And it's not a deterrent to competition. So spectrum management approaches are different, quite different across the continent. There are places where auctions are yet to be attempted like us. And in some cases, we have spectrum being awarded in auctions to one entity and that may have no intention of utilizing that spectrum, or operators may find issue with the reserve prices set for the auctions. So there are that kind of issues available. But whatever methods are used for 6G spectrum awarding, I believe that it must provide available spectrum in an equitable manner and promote competition. That should be, I think, the two objectives in awarding spectrum in the future.
Charlie, when it comes to awarding spectrum, what's your idea of it in the future?
Okay, thank you. If I can just pick up on a point that Naima made, because I think it's an important point to make. There's abundant evidence that access to mobile technology and services improves livelihoods, creates jobs, and boosts the economy. So my skepticism of 5G and 6G is not a skepticism of mobile and its impact on the society and the economy. On the question of auctions, I said at the outset, we don't license Gs, we don't assign Gs. I think it's very important as a country or as countries in Africa that we should assign spectrum to IMT and leave the licensees to decide whether they're going to use that for 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 7G, whichever they want to do. Because otherwise you get stuck into a situation where somebody's sitting with spectrum and the law says they cannot use that spectrum for 5G when it was given to them for 4G. So an agnostic approach to spectrum is important. Yes, we say it's for IMT. Yes, we specify whether it's FDD or TDD. Yes, we put transmission parameters, etc. in place, but keep it agnostic and let the operators decide as the consumers require. We auctioned spectrum 2 years ago, but we auctioned it it was 5G suitable spectrum, but we auctioned it as IMT spectrum, and it was quite a successful auction. we sold 300 megahertz of spectrum, mostly in the low and mid bands. No one's gone near the high bands for us yet. 6 successful bidders. We raised something like £700,000 in the auction, although that's not the objective of the auction and should never be. It's about you use an auction in order to ensure that it gets to the highest value user rather than making money for Treasury. We're sitting in a situation now where we're busy applying to that auction and to the successful bidders a series of universal service obligations. So they're being required to connect a certain number of schools, clinics, police stations, traditional offices, in proportion to the amount of spectrum they bought. They're required to put in place zero rating for certain public benefit entities. And we will be, in the next 2 years, we obviously need to assess the demand situation, be auctioning a further amount of spectrum, mainly in the low and the mid bands. Again, it's going to be about 200 megahertz spread across 2 or 3 bands. So we're moving ahead with that, but once again, it's an IMT auction that will assign the spectrum to the licensees who are successful bidders. Thank you.
Thank you. So not a 6G auction quite yet.
Not a 6G.
Let's talk about, you mentioned obligations as well. Let's talk a bit about coverage, because I know that's a big challenge, well, here in Europe, but especially also in the African continent. And I'd like to talk to you about the incorporation of NTN, so non-terrestrial networks in the standards. And I wanted to see what your views are on it. You said that 6G is not the answer to the digital divide, but could satellite incorporation be, or what are your views?
Go first?
You can go.
All right, thank you. Let me jump the queue here.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's critical in my view, and it's an issue in our country because there's an entity known as Starlink that's been creating a lot of controversy in the public airwaves. Satellite, certainly, and the point was made earlier here today, satellite plays a key role in the integrated connectivity ecosystem. So satellite is important, both in terms of satellite direct to mobile device, but also in terms of satellite for broadband connectivity. And so, yes, it's a very important place, or has a very important role to play. And it's already present in our particular market. We have MTN hooked up with Omnispace. Vodacom is in bed with OneWeb and Caper. Liquid Telecom has just launched a partnership with Eutelsat. The people that are still absent are our friends from Starlink. We say as the regulator, please come, please apply. One of the problems in our environment, though, is that there's certain requirements that you need to do to get a license. You can't just walk in and get a license. You would have to satisfy a 30% historically disadvantaged group participation in your license. That doesn't mean Starlink's shareholding in the United States. It means they would need to work with a local partner. We made that clear. Door is open. We're waiting for them to come into play. That said, and the importance of satellite, particularly in providing connectivity in rural areas, I don't think it's not a magic silver bullet for the digital divide, because the cost of the devices is prohibitive at the moment, and the cost of the data is also puts it beyond the range of an average ordinary citizen. It's got an important role to play for agriculture in the remote areas, mines in the remote areas, anyone who can afford to pay for the volume of data they're going to consume. But it's not going to put phones in the hands of the poorest of the poor. Thanks.
Thank you. Naima, can we have your perspective as well?
Yes, definitely. And I also mentioned it in my opening remarks, satellite communication is very important, and it has been utilized in the African continent for many years whether it is to provide broadcasting services or internet services before we had subsea cables made available. And currently there are many African countries that have started the process to license satellite operators like Starlink, and Somalia is one of them as well. We've had meetings and communication with the people from Starlink. So in the future, they may start providing services in Somalia as well. And with the idea to provide connectivity across countries and to remote areas, I think it's very attractive. I think the use of satellite technology in 6G is a very attractive opportunity to achieve universal access. And I think it may be one of the things that makes 6G really something that we want to see definitely in developing countries in an African continent, so that we can have connectivity and universal access everywhere.
Thank you. Well, let's talk about another benefit of 6G, and we've heard a lot about it, and I think we'll hear some more about it in the next panel discussion. It's about the energy efficiency, or the benefit of energy efficiency of 6G. Energy is a big challenge also for African countries. Do you see this resolved in the new generation? Charlie?
I mean, I think energy efficiency is an important issue, and is particularly an important issue for developed countries. I think in Africa, it's less of an issue, because for us, getting access to electricity is much more important than making sure that electricity is energy efficient. If you don't have electricity, you can't run a network. If you don't have electricity, you can't charge your mobile device. And so getting access to a reliable source of electricity is much more of a key challenge for us than in making sure that that's green electricity. That's the electricity supply people's issue, I think. We have in South Africa a particular problem. We've managed to escape from it. I don't know whether it's because you've got elections coming up, but we have a phenomenon called load shedding, whereby the grid cannot meet the demand across the country, and so you get rotational power cuts depending upon what the demand situation. We've escaped those for the last month or so. They tell us it's not because of elections. Hopefully it will continue. So load shedding, and in other African countries, access to reliable electricity is an issue. But in many of them, they build their networks expecting to power them by solar or by batteries. In our own jurisdiction, because we are a very unequal society, enormous amounts of poverty, joblessness in excess of 30% of the adult population, we sit with a huge amount of theft. So you have a base station, they come and steal the batteries, they come and steal the solar panels. If they can't steal the batteries and the solar panels, they vandalize them. And then when you come to replace them, a local, I've heard the term base station mafia, comes knocking on your door as the licensee and says, we need 30% of the jobs that you're going to use to rebuild this base station. And if you don't, well, we can't guarantee the safety of the base station overnight. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. So we face a number of other problems about getting access to electricity other than the fact that it needs to be green electricity. I'm not saying that's not an important issue, but it's not a top of the mind challenge for us. Thanks.
So maybe an inbuilt secure way of connecting your base stations would be an interesting thing to develop. All right, thank you. Naima, could you give us some remarks on some of that?
Yes, I think we do share some of the challenges that Charlie mentioned. So energy is a challenge. Energy is needed in backhaul microwave towers, local stations, and for recharging your user devices. And most power grids and most operators still utilize fossil fuels, at least that's the case in my country, to power their network, which is expensive, risky, and bad for the environment. So alternative solutions must be explored. And although we see many African countries are investing to develop more secure energy grids, and there are abundant energy resources in Africa, especially renewable energy, and I think that should be where the focus should be going, on developing energy grids that utilize renewable energy. But this is why 6G represents a unique opportunity to provide universal communication that is energy efficient and takes into consideration energy availability. And some of the issues that Charlie was saying about making sure that base stations are secure because people will try and steal the energy resources there. I think that's something that also happens in my country and might be a recurring scenario in a lot of African countries. So there are those kind of challenges, but with the premise that 6G is more energy efficient and more sustainable, I think that would make it more attractive and make it something that we can definitely adopt in a more efficient and sustainable way.
Thank you. I think I'll take some questions from the floor if you have any. Yes.
Thanks to both of the speakers for giving us a very clear perspective of the challenges in developing countries. And Charlie, I couldn't agree more with your idea that the Gs are irrelevant because the first thing you need to establish is connectivity. Are there any views on how as a regulator you can support that? I know that in some countries auction proceeds are used to hand out devices. There may be other way, of course, if you're a bigger country, some countries are trying to push their own devices, which of course is very difficult depending on your scale and money. And of course, there may be problems in actually directing the funds to the people who actually need it. But is this something you've thought about to kind of increase the connectivity in South Africa or Naima in the region?
Yes, I mean, there have been a number of interventions. We have a universal service fund, which has not been well known for its success. The obligations that we put in place in terms of access to spectrum, and it's a tradition that's been done in other areas of spectrum and other areas of service provision. The important thing is to make sure that it makes a difference. Often for licensees, it becomes a tick box exercise. Go and connect that school. They'll come and they'll bring a device, they'll bring connectivity, and then 6 months later, what's happening? So you can tick the box. The problem is, does it make a difference? Is the school using it? Are the teachers trained? Is there available content, et cetera, et cetera? So I think there are a lot of challenges with dealing with improving connectivity. One part of your question kind of went to the kind of, what do you do with legacy 2G devices and what do you do with legacy 3G devices? And there's a draft spectrum policy which wanted licensees to phase out 2G and 3G in that order. I think the licensees feel it should be the other way around. It's a lot easier to do away with 3G and deal with 2G later because there are a lot of legacy 2G devices on the network. Our view as the regulator is it's not a regulatory decision. It needs to be up to the licensees and the operators. What we would need to do is do what we can to facilitate and support that market consumer trend in the sector. One of the things that's been floated around is the creation of a shared 2G network. As the number of devices, the consumption of bandwidth on 2G falls, you could conceivably put in place a network shared by all of the operators, which allows them to connect their IoT and legacy 2G handset. I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah.
Naima, do you have any response?
Yes, I just wanted to add. That I mean what Charlie had already said in terms of government support. Definitely regulation and forward-looking regulation is important. For many years, the telecom sector in Somalia was not regulated, and the National Communication Authority is a recent authority, and we've been trying to regulate the market. And we've seen that through the regulatory approaches that we've developed, we've seen really a positive impact on the market. So Somalia is counted as one of the most affordable prices in terms of data. So 1 gigabyte of data in Somalia is considered very affordable in terms of the continent. I think we were #1 in Africa 2 years ago and 7th globally. So those kind of impacts that come from forward-looking regulation and from support from the government, it translates well to the sector. And definitely for a sector like ours, which really needed to be structured and to be organized. And also, as Charlie said, supporting schools and universities and people who can afford to buy devices, all of those universal access and services approaches and obligations that can be developed are very important. But in my opinion, I think regulation is first and foremost.
Thank you, Naima. I see that we're running a bit out of time here. We do have some questions online, but maybe I can just forward them to the both of you, because I would like to give you some final comments, some final remarks about this subject, and possibly I was also interested to know your thoughts on the standardization. There's been some mention of this before during one of the panel sessions earlier today, where or not there should be some shift in mentality of giving more room to countries that adopt technology later. Charlie?
Yes, I think it's an issue that we are acutely aware of. And that's one of the reasons why we established the IMT Forum, to keep an eye on what's going on in the sector, in our own particular marketplace, to give stakeholders a platform to engage with the issues and to make recommendations to us as the regulator, and to look forward to what's coming with 5G, what's coming with 6G, and possibly beyond that. So as regulators, it's critically important that we need to be forward-looking, anticipating, understanding where the market is going, even if, as I said at the outset, it's not going to solve our problems overnight. That means it's very important that we, as the Global South, need to engage with the developments around IMT 2020, IMT 2030. I think Africa largely missed the boat when it came to 5G. And so some of the things that we would like to see in release 18 now, may not be in place. So it's very important that we engage with 6G and make sure that the kinds of benefits that could accrue to developing economies, not only us in Africa, elsewhere in the world, developing countries, are built into the specification, baked in from day one as IMT 2030 moves forward. So for that reason, as ICASA, we're actively involved in Working Party 5D. We're making sure as much as we can that our colleagues in the Southern African region, the Communications Regulators Association of Southern Africa, are equally involved, and the same thing goes for the ATU, African Telecommunications Union. They're critically aware of the need to engage into Working Party 5D to make sure that we can make a contribution so that IMT 2030 holds benefits for developing countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Naima, very briefly, because we ran out of time.
Yeah, I'll try my best. So in the past, Africa has been more of a consumer of technology, and we've had to adopt whatever technology or devices that are imported by our operators. This, I think, has led to many issues in terms of interoperability and the speed of adoption of new technologies. So technologies and standards, they should be developed while taking into consideration essential needs of the people and potential socioeconomic development. I guess this is why services like mobile money is so popular in East Africa, where for many reasons carrying cash is an issue, and mobile money presented an optimal solution, and now it's widely used. So I think, but this is now changing, I think, and as Charlie said, the African Telecommunication Union has played a great role in supporting African nations to contribute to the development of standards, especially in the ITU Standardization Bureau activities. African countries are very active in that regard. And I think the aim of the ATU has been to support African countries to develop similar standards of telecommunication and equipment to promote interoperability of ICT devices across borders. So in conclusion, I think it's crucial for more countries to participate in the standardization efforts, and the global standard bodies, they should actively seek to include all regions of the world when developing new standards, especially for mobile technology.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for today's session. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So yeah, thank you so much to Charlie and to Laura here and to Naima as well. So we obviously did have a few connection issues, but Naima, thank you so much for sticking with that, and we're really glad that we managed to keep you with us for the whole session. So thank you all so much indeed. A really interesting discussion around a topic that hasn't yet been covered at the event today. So thank you all very much. So we're on to the final session. So the issue of sustainability is one that has been raised a number of times during the panels and the discussions so far. So delighted now to be finishing off with the sessions focusing specifically on that, looking at ensuring a sustainable future for and with 6G. So again, we have some great speakers with us here. So we have Maria back with us again. We also have Jolly Wong going to be joining us. And our moderator, Tim O'Farrell is here as well. And hopefully online, I think we have Frank Tarria and Mikko Usitalo, who are going to be joining us online as well. So looking forward to what I'm sure is going to be, again, a really interesting discussion. As I said, the issue of sustainability has been discussed a number of times, so great now to have that focus on that to finish us off. So I think we're just about ready. Can we change the water, Josh? Is that all right? Perfect, thank you. And Tim, I will pass over to you and we can get going. Sorry.
Right, okay, thanks very much. Just stop me getting my water. Now, I'm conscious that I'm between you and your trains, so we'll try to make this on time, somewhat snappy, hopefully exciting. But I'm very pleased to have four excellent panelists with me, all experts in their area. And we're going to address a subject which is leading on a little bit from the end of the previous session, sustainability by design in and with 6G, which by definition, I'm not even going to try to define it because it is a bit tricky. But I hope the conversation broadens out to not just energy efficiency, which has been the ongoing major aspect of the G's development over the years, but that it actually extends into these other aspects of sustainability in terms of the actual life cycles, fabrication, that kind of thing, and also the application spaces. So on that, basically, let me briefly introduce myself and the panelists. So I'm Tim O'Farrell. I'm a professor at the University of Sheffield. I'm also leading the National 6G Radio Systems Facility up there, which is our effort in the UK to have an empirical experimental basis for 6G radio systems development. And I'm joined here on stage with Martin Mikko-Blue, if I've pronounced that correctly, who's Director of Sustainability and Regulation at 6G Flagship at the University of Oulu, Finland. I also have here on stage with me Jolly Wong, who is Honorary Advisor at the Communications Association in Hong Kong. So we're very pleased to have them with us. But also online and looking at me on the TV set here, Mikko Ustilato, Head of Radio Systems Research at Nokia Bell Labs Finland, but also he leads the European 6G flagship project on HexaX2. And also very pleased to have Frank Tarrier, who is Director for Mobile Affairs at ARCEP. Now, this is France's Electronic Communications, Postal and Print Distribution Regulatory Authority. They're all going to give their 5-minute pitch, and it gives a very, very useful broad perspective from what this so-called 6G scene is and application, but also in case of Frank, their activities in dimensioning the sustainability aspects of digital electronics. And this has been a very important thing in various countries recently, so it's be interesting to see the data which comes from this. So with further ado, I'll hand over to Marja to give your 5-minute pitch.
Thank you. So I will briefly give an overview of the sustainability-related thoughts that I have been presenting and thinking for quite a while now. And in my capacity as Director of Sustainability and Regulation within the Finnish 6G flagship, we've been doing research for quite some time now, for 6 years, in a multidisciplinary manner, considering sustainability, business, regulation, and technology perspectives in multi-stakeholder collaboration between different players, academia, industry, and the public sector. And the way I see sustainability, sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So these are very, very old definitions which are still valid today. And there's another part of it, so that sustainability is the principle of ensuring that our actions today do not limit the range of economic, social, and environmental options open to future generations. So this is where the triple bottom line of environmental, social, and economic perspective comes from. And they are key pillars of sustainability, and they are highly interlinked. So we can solve a lot of environmental sustainability challenges if we have a lot of money. So economic sustainability is limiting many of the solutions that we actually made. Social sustainability challenges, those could be solved with a lot of money again. So they're very much interlinked, and there are very complex trade-offs between these three sustainability perspectives. And now I'm happy to see that within the ICT sector sustainability discussions, we are having these three perspectives included, not just one part, not just environmental part, but also social and economic part. And sustainability thinking, it will change the whole mobile communications thinking, in the sense that today the forerunner countries are those who consume most mobile data. If I talk about that to younger generations, they're shocked that why is this any metric? How sustainable is that? So definitely we are going towards a world where different new indicators will be more meaningful than what we have today. We all know the UN SDG framework. It has 17 goals, a lot of targets, 169 targets. There are 231 indicators, and 7 are ICT related. Only 7. They're listed there like proportion of schools with access to computers for pedagogical purposes. So whenever somebody is talking about the SDGs and the ICTs, it should go through the actual indicators of this framework. There's a lot of talking about how they're connected, but it should go through these indicators. But it's not just these 7 indicators. There are also other indicators which are relevant, where the ICT sector can make contributions towards meeting these. And already long ago, we made the world's first 6G white paper, 2019, where SDGs were identified as a key driver for 6G development. Then 4 years ago, we made a follow-up white paper about connecting 6G with the UN SDGs. So these are freely downloadable. And I claim that today, 4, 5, 6 years later, we are still far away from sustainability really driving the development. If I look at the academic publications on 6G, very few of them actually do anything relevant related to sustainability. There are pieces of knowledge there, but still it's not the key driver. And ICT sector has a complicated role. I've simplified it into a dual role. There's enabling role, the enablement effect of helping different sectors of society to become more sustainable through the use of ICT solutions. That one part. But at the same time, ICT solutions' own burden on sustainability is important. We can't ignore what we cause ourselves. For example, devices. The ICT devices consume a lot of materials. Their life cycle impact is very, very important. So we cannot just focus on the enablement effect, but we have to consider them both. And we do need urgently new indicators, measurement methods in terms of how we can actually measure it, what to even measure in order to make any meaningful comparisons between technologies, services, or solutions. There are indicators. There are many environmental sustainability related indicators, energy related, energy efficiency. We hear a lot about that. We also need to have energy consumption. These two are different metrics, and energy consumption is ultimately what matters. Carbon emissions, greenhouse gas emissions are very, very important, also from the ICT sector, from all sectors, but also ICT. We cannot ignore that. And then there are a lot of other environment-related indicators. I really much like these last year's EU-US Trade and Technology Council's 6G outlook, where sustainability for 6G was defined in a very, very nice way, considering environmental, social, and economic perspectives, reduced carbon footprint, energy efficiency, reduced energy consumption across all sectors, generating less pollution, reducing other environmental impacts, contributing to long-term social sustainability while maintaining economic feasibility. I think it brings these principles together at the high level, and then it's for us to really implement this in practice. The IMT framework that we heard, it includes sustainability in many parts, but it was not an easy job to get it included there. A number of administrations, UK, Finland, Germany, were actively pushing this. I was there in the discussion. It was not an easy job, but it is there in the framework recommendation. It's a design principle, and it's in many other locations as well. And then I want to emphasize one part, that it's everybody's responsibility then to introduce sustainability into the things that we do. I've done a lot of research on spectrum management, so of course it's natural for me to think about what sustainability means in the context of spectrum management, environmental, social, and economic perspectives on that. Coverage obligations are one form of social sustainability-related obligations. So to conclude, sustainability is a key driver, and now we're in the phase that how to really make it happen. What are the actual visible design criteria covering environmental, economic, and social perspectives? And it's our responsibility to do that. No one else will do that, but we can get a lot of help from other sectors, from other disciplines, because we all face the same sustainability challenge. And we need new metrics, methods, and also access to real-life data. So that's where I call for action, so that those who have that data, please make that available for academia, regulators, but also end users, because end users today, they already want to know what is the sustainability impact of their choices of ICT solutions and services. It's not just a future thing, but already today, especially the younger generation, they are requesting this information. I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Marja, thank you very much. 14 slides, 5 minutes, well done. Okay, I'd love to invite Jolly, if you'd like to give us a pitch. Thank you.
So very good afternoon. And first of all, thanks organizers for having me. It's a great pleasure to come over to London to see many old friends and meet new faces. Traveling from Hong Kong, firstly to Dubai, and then from Dubai to here. I have a reason why I mentioned Dubai later on. So I'm speaking representing the Communication Associations of Hong Kong, the CA Hong Kong. CA Hong Kong is founded in 1983, uniting Hong Kong communication industries with responsibilities across broadcasting, wireless, and wireline. We have more around 100 members, big and small companies, including all mobile networks operators. So I'm their honorary advisor. Coming over to London, and over the past 2 days, I heard a lot of good stuff about 6G, which I'm very happy to quote some of them. And 6G is moving us from speed to service. 6G has moving from connectivity to sustainability. And 6G is now focused from not just performance, but to values. So these are the propositions that are too good to believe. I just want to make 3 points from my personal experience and exposures. By experience, I am with the vertical industries, for instance, the police departments, now utilities. So these are my vertical industry experience. So we always talk about mission-critical communications. Mission-critical communications and commercial cellular phone are most often two different worlds. And you know, we Chinese have been very influenced by our over 3,500 philosophy, or you can call it a very compressed relationality concept for yin and yang. So I believe that you know a little bit about yin yang, because I'm not a fortune teller or a feng shui master. I'm an engineer by training, so I better stick with my speech about technology. By talking about yin and yang, the reason is because of coexistence and convergence. These are the two C's that we strongly believe that has no boundaries. So I just like to make my 3 points about this particular panel. The very first one, because we are talking about sustainability. So according to the UK Parliament, ICT infrastructures and device use a considerable amount of electricity energies. Data centers, communication networks, user devices accounted for 4 to 6% of our global electricity used in 2020. Experts generally forecast the global ICT energy will likely to increase in the next 5 to 10 years. Despite that, we heard a lot of energy efficiency improvement of the ICT stuff has been done, but I'm afraid efficiency improvement alone will not need to afford in energy use. So ICT companies, they could be finding another way out. For example, be a major buyer of renewable energy, typically to the utility company through the Green Power Purchase Agreement. My second point, because in the past, starting from 3G, 4G, 5G, I think they have been decided most of the all to increase the data speed and capacity as the best ever service delivery. Now, reliability, availability, redundancy, and security, not to mention sustainability, has been addressed only as add-ons. So I think it will be time now to have trust and sustainability as the leading design principles across all capabilities for 6G in support of vertical industries, mission-critical communication industry in particular. My final point, because I come from Hong Kong, I bet you all been to Hong Kong before or noticed Hong Kong. Hong Kong is quite a tiny city. We just have 1,100 square kilometers with 7.6 technology-savvy populations. I only have one smartphone, I'm very aware. My son has 2, my wife has 3. Typical Hong Kongers. So Asian Pacific region is one with diversity. When I say diversity, that would mean very advanced in North Asia, such as Japan, Korea. And also we have emerging in Southeast or South Asia. So I think for 6G, there will be a lot of opportunities to uplift lives of commercially disadvantaged individuals in the region, to foster inclusive progress, such as remote medical consultation, dialogues, smart environment management, real-time monitoring of the e-waste, and by advanced IEQ sensors and IoT networks. I'm running out of my own 5 minutes time, so perhaps I just like to limit my speech to these 3 points to my statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jolly. So maybe I can invite our next panelist, Mikko Uusitalo from Nokia Bell Labs in Finland.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Thanks for all the organizers for inviting me. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, so Mikko Uusitalo coming from Nokia Bell Labs Finland, leading the radio research department here, but here then talking in this role of leading this European level 6G flagship HEXA-X2. and contributing to this ensuring a sustainable future for and with 6G. And if we go to the next slide, we can see the overall introduction. So at European level, there is one 6G flagship, and it's then a pleasure for me to lead it with a great consortium that you can see here, covering really well the entire value stack. So Nokia as overall leader, Ericsson as technical manager. And then if we move to the following slide, we can see more on what Hexa-X2 is up to. So the sustainability and its values are a key driver when we are having a cycle of iteration of looking at the needed 6G use cases, services, and the related requirements. And based on this, developing new 6G technologies, interacting with other European projects and international activities, and then based on this, building this end-to-end system blueprint on which we are around every half a year releasing a new version available from our website, and next one coming this summer. So then if we move to the next slide, so we can see then main overview on the use case development at the moment. And here in the center, you can see sustainability as the central driver in all of these areas, and sustainability understood in this wide sense that Maria already introduced. So in addition to environment, also covering this social and economic sustainability. Also, of course, then the latest information on this from our website. And when we have been looking at these use cases, we have published recently a study where we are looking at the 60 use cases very strongly from the sustainability point of view, that each use case, family and use cases, how they are impacting along all of these axes of sustainability. And then if we move forward in the presentation, so then we can see also comparison overall on these 6G approaches in different parts of the world. And we can notice that for these extreme communication requirements, all initiatives on 6G are very widely pushing these limits of current 5G capabilities in a very natural way, and acknowledging the need for ubiquitous connectivity both indoor and outdoor. And as well with technologies, there is quite wide alignment on looking at immersive experiences and digital twins modeling the environment, and with that being better able to operate and plan. As well as then in new capabilities, wide interest on AI with new enablers in that domain, as well as the use of robots and looking at these new possibilities from sensing, positioning, and tracking. Whereas then in sustainability, there is more diversity in the approaches, and energy efficiency, carbon gas reductions are widely mentioned, but then to understand the sustainability in a more wide way, strongly a European, as well as then also, as you saw from Maria's presentation, from this TTC talks, also getting wider global support, and also, of course, mentioned elsewhere, but less. There is much more variation in this in the approach for diversity, that all of these aspects, all the dimensions of sustainability are taken into account. Then in the following slide, there is some analysis from our recent deliverable on this environmental social view on 6G, recognizing that there are many challenges and risks shared with the different use cases related to trustworthiness, early engagement of stakeholders, the balance in energy spectrum, materials, reuse and circularity, need for cost-effective infrastructure and services, with this aiming at affordability, inclusion, and the social sustainability. And also in terms of this economic sustainability, for some cases, then to have a viable solution requiring sharing of infrastructure and service cost. So that needs some new approaches. Also, for this holistic challenge and overall balance of the trade-offs across these different sustainability axes, or even within the same sustainability axis, raising the need to detail for all of these use cases and context the conditions within the solutions, how they are designed, and looking at the implementation approach, as well as there's cross-sector challenges and risks. And if going to the last slide, so here then on these mitigation strategies, they are related to the design that we will likely talk here a bit more, as well as to policies, regulations, and standardization, also strongly on the agenda here. And we need this early involvement of all the stakeholders with the proper knowledge. So that was my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikko. So if I could invite our last panelist to speak. So Frank Terrier. Can you hear us, Frank? Are you muted?
Tim, if you can just move on, we'll try and get Frank back up in a second.
Okay. So hopefully Frank
Can
will
you
be
hear
able to
me
start.
now?
Excellent. Yes, thanks,
Yes.
Frank. We can hear you now.
Okay, sorry for the technical problems. So the first point that I would like to mention is that the issues related to the environmental sustainability of a mobile technology, such as 2G, 3G, 5G, or 6G, need to be addressed by looking at the implications for the whole digital ecosystem and the whole life cycle. Maybe can we move on to the next slide, please? In France, for the past 4 years, we have been working in a collaborative approach with all the digital ecosystem and interested parties on quantifying the environmental impacts of the ICT sector as a whole, and not just one specific technology. We have conducted several studies in partnership with other French public institutions, and we share our results and thoughts with policymakers. One of the issues that we tried to address was the lack of data. And in this perspective, we have been working since 2020 on an annual survey based on the collection of environmental data. Our publication, this typical annual publication, is being enriched every year with new indicators and new categories of actors. We started with operators, network operators, but at the beginning, but we have already started to include data from data centers operators and device manufacturers. This survey allows us to monitor the current impact, but we also need to be able to look ahead. So we collaborated with the French Agency for the Ecological Transition in France to elaborate a study assessing the digital environmental footprint in France and designing scenarios for 2030 and 2050. Can we see the next slide, please? As an example of this study, one of our main findings is that end-user devices are responsible for between 65 and 90% of the digital environment footprint as a whole. So it is of utmost importance to understand that services, end-user devices, data centers, and networks are interdependent and that their dynamics influence each other's. Next slide, please. According to the same study, in the scenarios part, we see that if no action is taken to contain digital environmental footprint, the French digital carbon footprint could triple between 2020 and 2050. And next slide, please. We need also to consider that the digital environmental footprint is not limited to the greenhouse gas emissions. There is also the issue of metals and minerals depletion and the long-term availability, not only for the digital technologies themselves, which use these materials, but also for other sectors. First, it's critical to look at the big pictures. The digital environment footprint must be addressed globally, and we believe that every stakeholder needs to be part of a journey towards digital sustainability. The second point I would like to make, and can we see the next slide, please, is when it comes specifically to mobile networks, we have tried to go a bit deeper into this kind of studies. And when we look at electrical consumption of mobile networks, of course, the electrical consumption can be influenced by the fact that the network is using 2G, 3G, 4G, or 5G. So we have initiated, with the help of experts committee, different studies to try to assess what would be the impact of introducing 5G, for example. And this study shows that this introduction will have a positive impact on electrical consumption in the end, but not significantly before 2028, and mostly in dense areas. We have also initiated a study on the end of 2G and 3G technologies to try also to assess what would be the whole environmental impact, considering that when 2G and 3G are switched off, there is also an environmental cost in the replacement of the devices that needs to be changed. And one of the main conclusions of this study is that the shutting down of 2G and 3G is rather positive about the general impact, as energy savings from the networks are quickly compensating the negative effects of the replacement of the devices. So in that regard, we believe that it will be particularly interesting to distinguish to what extent a rapid adoption of 6G is needed by stakeholders for specific services, and to what extent the obsolescence of previous access technologies will have detrimental impact on the environment. This question is also, we believe, worth being looked at by not necessarily only on 6G, but more globally, taking into account the interactions between innovation, which has been traditionally what we say techno-push, but also the evolution of digital users and the expectations of individuals to choose their own digital, whether it involves high performance technologies or low tech technologies. So this is a new topic for RCEPs, which has been recently identified by our scientific committee, and that we plan to work on. And lastly, the third point I would like to make is that we believe the necessity to work towards a collective action at a European and international level for these topics. At European level, as a national regulatory authority, we have a natural link with our colleagues from other countries through BEREC, which is the umbrella of national regulation authorities in Europe. And BEREC has already initiated work on the indicators. And of course, we contribute to this work. There is also a new work that has been initiated on infrastructure sharing, considering it from the environmental viewpoint. And we believe that this also could be a lever to manage the global environmental sustainability of networks, to try to incite, when it is possible, some forms of infrastructure sharing. So this is some examples of actions that are already being studied at European level, but at international level, we are already very active, especially in the ITU groups. And particularly, there is a work that has been initiated on making it revisions to the recommendations on the methodology for the environmental impact assessment of the ICT sector. So we think that there will be a better leverage to the whole ecosystem if that can be work on ITU standards, and in the same way through radio spectrum management through the group that are active on this topic. So these are the main points that I wanted to stress out.
Okay, thanks very much, Frank. Right, so very short a time, already overrun, I'm afraid. If you bear with us, I think we'll try to have a pointed discussion. Just to emphasize the data that Frank showed there, I think that's going to be important feeding into the future. It does appear that France, the government and the studies they've been doing there are several years ahead of most of the rest of the world in terms of quantifying the energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions using metrics and methodology. Which needs teasing out further. And I know the studies in the UK, which have been taking place recently, have based themselves on that. And it's very illuminating to see what they're coming up with. And that can only feed in a big way into the 6G agenda going forward. But moving on to the questions, what I'd like to do is, first question would be really to go through the panelists and just to get, in a very succinct way, what is their interpretation, or what do they see as what is meant by sustainability in 6G? So maybe Marja, I could put that to you first.
Yeah, I can start that sustainability is the principle of ensuring that our actions today do not limit the range of options open to future generation. That is still valid for across the sectors, across the disciplines and topics. And then what it means in 6G is that whatever we decide now should not, because it's already in the design R&D phase, that most of the sustainability impacts are being decided when the technique is being developed. Then in the whole life cycle phase, you can do certain things afterwards, but it's this very crucial at this R&D phase that you really take sustainability, environmental, social, and economic parts as built-in characteristics in the development of the system.
Okay, Johnny, in terms of that, what does sustainability mean to you in 6G?
Well, I just want to add on one thing that to the spirit speakers. I think it's exactly the same, but I would add on, it's not just for mankind, it's for every species in the planet Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Mikko, maybe we could draw you in this point. We're trying to ascertain what we should interpret sustainability means for 6G.
Yes, so Maria and Jolly already made a really good start, and I think that Maria had a really wide definition here. Maybe one thing to add is that now 6G is the generation where then this is taken much more strongly into account from the very beginning of the design, and that's really good.
And Frank, would you like to comment on this question?
Well, I hear that we have quite convergent views on this. I believe that it's important to have a multi-criteria view on sustainability, as I mentioned earlier, and I don't have much to add on this question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let me move on to my next question, which then is, how is sustainability being designed into 6G? Maybe I could put that to you, Mikko, at the moment. So how are we working towards designing sustainability into 6G?
Yes, so it is extremely important that it is there, and as we had this global view, sustainability understood really widely is not so widely shared, and so it should be an integrated part of the design and innovation process, so that all of these aspects are considered in the beginning as drivers, and then like as objectives, and then in the use case development. At all of these stages, this is explicitly taken on board and part of each of the step towards reaching 6G that would then be sustainable. And also there is the dimension of 6G for sustainability, so that with the help of 6G we can help in other sectors of society for them to be more sustainable.
Okay, thanks. Marcia?
Yeah, and I can continue because I have the honor to participate in Mikko's HexaX2 project within the sustainability work there. And I can give one example of the use case work, for example, because there's a lot of 6G use case work happening globally. HexaX2 has done use cases. And then in the deliverable that Mikko mentioned, deliverable 1.3, which is freely available online, there we present use cases and analyze them from sustainability perspectives, analyze them from environmental, social, and economic sustainability perspective, which is new. It's a new approach, and also considering footprint and handprint, like costs and benefits parts. So having this kind of 6 parts, 3 sustainability perspectives, and then footprints and handprints, and do that analysis for the use cases. And that's an example of how sustainability is integrated into the 6C R&D.
Okay, well, I'd like to move on to pose a question to Frank on this as well. So sustainability means many things. We could talk about the energy consumption, the energy efficiency of the network. So it's like the energy consumed through the operation of these things. But the other kind of elephant in the room is the embodied energy. And Frank, what we're finding when you look at the user devices, the equipment itself, we're finding the picture is embodied energy is actually substantially more. Is that correct?
Yeah, we cannot say for now for 6G, but when we look at current technologies, we see that networks is only 5% of the whole greenhouse emissions, source of greenhouse emissions compared to the rest. And we also notice that when you look at the whole life cycle, that the production phase is amounts to the larger part of these emissions rather than the use. So it's true that it's important to look at the whole ecosystem and the whole life cycle to get a real assessment of the impact of the new technology.
Okay, which would bring me round to Jolly. So this goes back to your comments on Hong Kong earlier. If each individual has 3 UEs, and it's the UEs, it's the TVs, it's the displays, the manufacturing of those is consuming a lot of embodied energy. Do you have a perspective from the East, from Hong Kong, in terms of regulation? How are we going to balance that in terms of the embodied energy versus the operational energy in order to meet our sustainability targets? Do you have an opinion on that?
That's a very interesting question, but I'm not sure if I can answer directly your question, but perhaps that I mentioned the philosophy of yin and yang in my statement. So perhaps that will give some triggers to your question. I think we Chinese are quite like the even number. So 2G, 4G, 6G are good. 1G, 3G, 5G, they are breakthroughs. Even numbers are more for adjustments, which means that refinements and to getting better and better. So we have a very high hope to 6G to that extent, the number one. Having said that, I think the yin and yang philosophy also taught us about not just the convergence, the progressive from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but also the possible coexistence. as I said. So now it's time to think about how we really can deal with the coexistence of the old legacy systems and the new modern systems. Why we embrace the new technologies, but still we're not left alone the legacy. So perhaps that will be our the very principles that we would like to adopt in Hong Kong.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that goes to a point that we don't really have solutions overall. We're discussing the roadmap, and it's early days. But can I now open the floor to questions, if there's any burning questions from the floor? Terrific. Oh, there is one at the back there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello again. Thank you for the great thoughts. Sustainability is a really interesting topic, as everybody is agreeing on this stage. I'm just thinking, in order to bring sustainability as a topic and to get the buy-in from across the globe, as we've seen in the case of Africa, there are more challenges that those countries need to look after before they can even start to think about sustainability, as it's the case and the priority in Europe, the UK, and maybe more of the developed world. So I wonder if there are any thoughts around how we can really broaden the topic of 6G and really address areas and challenges that are in those continents and not just maybe in certain parts of the world, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I would deflect that into the panelists, if you would like to have a go. So, Miko, yeah.
Yeah, so as we look at the sustainability in a broad way, including also, for example, the social and economic sustainability. So economic sustainability is about being able to provide the digital solutions and connectivity in an affordable way, and social sustainability includes this inclusion, so that with the new generation, we can not only provide the latest and greatest performance peaks to the end users, but then also provide with the reduced enough kind of affordability level the basic services that have been there, so that the wider amount of people on Earth would be connected, as well as then also with this inclusion connect locations where traditionally the connectivity has been more challenging to provide. So understanding the sustainability in this wide way, it certainly does include also these types of challenges.
Okay, thanks, Miko. Any more questions from the floor? If not, there is one virtual question which I think is relevant. So it's a question from Devansh Sood, CEO Silver 7. He likes to ask, what steps does the industry need to take for a carbon positive system? So what steps does industry need to take? This could be either for Miko or Marja.
Yeah, so many companies in our industry are committed to reach like a sustainable approach in reaching the carbon zero, and there has been development of having this timeline for this being expedited. And then the next step would then be to move forward from that, and also including this aim for 6G for sustainability, so helping other sectors of society being more sustainable.
Hey, thanks very much, Miko. At this point, I'd like to really conclude the session, but before doing that is just to invite each of the panelists to say one last key point that you would like to emphasize. So Marja, maybe you go first.
So the key takeaway from this session, from my perspective to you, is to consider this environmental, social, and economic sustainability perspectives in a holistic way and understand that there are very complex trade-offs between them. And sustainability is not just energy efficiency, it's so much more. So we really have to think about the perspectives, and it's our responsibility. It's the people working within this sector. We have to do this job so that we can be proud of our sector, because we share the same global challenge of meeting the sustainability goals.
Okay, Jolly?
I fully agree with that comment. So I think sustainability is our future. We have no time to waste, that we have to do it and do it now. And so sustainability is just so important that this is the only reason of how we will sustain ourselves and the planet Earth.
Thank you. So Miko?
Yeah, I think that Maria started these conclusions in an excellent way. I would like to support this approach that she stated about the wide understanding of sustainability. Also, in this context, I would like to support the Smart Networks and Services joint undertaking and European Commission for the support for our work. They have also recognized the need for further work on this footprint and handprint, and call for projects in that front closed end of April. So there is more strength to come to work on these approaches.
Okay, thank you. And Frank?
Well, I would say that 6G could be a great enabler for environmental gains in different sectors, but it should take into account its own footprints. And as it enables new services, it should be, it's important to also look at what could be the impact of the new services generated thanks to 6G. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Frank. And with that, I'd like you all to join me in thanking the panelists for an excellent set of presentations and deliberation of their opinions. Thank you very much. The only thing I would request further is that in next year's 6G Summit, the sustainability is not a short, but an early, longer session, given its importance.
Sounds good. We will take that on board.
Thank you.
Tim, thank you so much. And yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a theme that's run through a number of the sessions today. So definitely something that we'll look to bring up the agenda and have in more detail next year. So a discussion is going to continue. But thank you so much, you said, to our panelists. Thank you very much to yourself as well for leading the discussions there. So thank you. And of course, thank you to our audience for the questions and things there as well. So that just about brings us to the end of the conference this year. So just as usual, I'd like to close by thanking a few of the organizations, the people, the individuals who've been involved in the event and have helped us through the way and helped us, hopefully you all agree, make a success of the event this year. First of all, and most importantly, a massive thank you once again to everyone at Ofcom for the host of this event. So really do appreciate everything that the team have done. I think I'm sure you'll agree, the venue here has been fantastic and Ofcom have made us feel very welcome. So to Chris sitting over there, to David, Richard, Claire and Christina, thank you so much. And also to Georgina at the back of the room, who's been part of the event day team. So thank you for your help, George, as well. Thank you, of course, to all of our other sponsors and partners. Again, the logo is up on top of the screen. Really appreciate the support of all of the sponsors and the partner organizations. Without them, the event's not possible. So thank you so much to all of the sponsors and the partners. Thank you to all of our speakers and our panelists. So we've had 55 speakers in total over the course of the 2 days. Majority here in person, but obviously a few joining virtually, and despite a few close shaves, I think we managed everything with the virtual speakers without too many technical issues. So thank you to them. And I think as well, everyone gives up their time to speak at these events, but also in the preparation for the events. We do appreciate the time involved in preparing for the various panels and contributions. So thank you so much to all of our speakers. And I'm sure you'll agree, we've had some fascinating discussions and debates and presentations throughout the 2 days. So thank you so much to all of our speakers. Thank you, of course, to all of you. So our attendees here in person, particularly those of you who are here now and have stuck with us to the bitter end. So I think we've had about 150 people here in person. And of course, to those of you online as well, really do appreciate everyone joining online. I think we've had over 300 people in total, and throughout all of the sessions, I think we've had lots of questions, lots of comments online, and really do appreciate everyone joining in that way. So wherever you are in the world, wherever you've joined from, thank you so much for your participation and for being involved in the event as well. On the logistical side, a big thanks to the hotel staff and the catering team. I mentioned thank you to Ofcom for helping us select and use the venue here, but the hotel has been fantastic and the staff here have looked after us very well. So thank you very much to the team here. To John and Grant at the back of the room on the AV desk, thank you guys. Again, been very few hitches, so thank you. Everything's run very smoothly. And finally to my team, so to the Forum Global team. So Josh, at the back of the room there, has been leading on things with this. So fantastic work, mate. Well done. I know how hard you worked and everything, so well done with that. And also to Jordan, who's had to refamiliarize himself with all of the AV and how to do a hybrid event. So yeah, well done, Jordan, on that as well. And the rest of the team, Lula out on the desk, and also Ari, Kate, and Charlie, who've also been helping back in the office. So thank you guys. Fantastic job as ever with everything on that. Two things finally. So first of all, just to remind everyone, the slides and the recordings are going to be made available to you all. There'll be an email going out tonight, which will have a link to enable you to download all of the all of the recordings for the sessions and also the slides and things as well. So you'll be able to do that. So that will go to everyone here, and also anyone following virtually, you'll also receive that email. And finally, a little plug for our next event. So the next event we're going to be holding is going to be our Spectrum Management Conference in Europe. So the European Spectrum Management Conference is going to be on the 19th and 20th of June in Brussels. So hopefully we'll see many of you there for that. If you did want to keep up to date with all of the events that are going to be taking place as part of our Global Spectrum series, we do have some of these passports, we're calling them, out on the desk. So please do take one of those as you're leaving. It has details of the European event, the dates there, and also the other regional events that we're going to be taking place all around the world on Spectrum as well. So please do take one of those. And we look forward to hopefully seeing you all at another one of those events very soon. So thank you so much once again. Safe trip home for everyone here. And as I said, look forward to seeing everyone again very soon. Thank you.